I love indecision. Because I really do not have a plan. Hello, gamers. I guess it's American Thanksgiving as well. Well, happy American Thanksgiving. I have Canadian Thanksgiving, which is superior because it's Canadian and it's in October. So clearly it's better because Canada. Fuck you. Oh, man. That's how that works. Almost done with the current planet that we're on. I have to make sure I get up early tomorrow. Really do not have a plan today. Just a little too indecisive. But that's okay. Soup. Soup. All right. Ugh. Now we sit and we wait until the game decides to not be stupid. Or rather, OBS decides to not be cringe. Ugh. Although there are some things I might be a little curious about. My curiosity. There we go. Dumbass Factorios. Alright. Don't think there's anything else left for us to do on this planet besides make a mall. I'm just using my fucking gun to destroy all these damn fucking rocks. Sick and tired of picking them up. Don't want to pick them up anymore. Fuck you. Destroy with a gun instead. This is the only way you can do landscaping in this game. Okay, let's build shit. Alright. Assembly machines. We make science. I think I'm gonna kick Vulcanus away from out of here. Calcite. Start doing a bit of that. It's because the sheer volume of calcite we make probably would help. We also need to fix that shit. That's gonna be annoying. Extra construction bots. Do I have roboports here? Feel like I should, but I seem to not have any here. Strange. Roboports. I'm gonna have to approach this a little differently. So you have to have space for the heat pipes. This works. Fast. Bulk. Unironically, we can actually make stack inserters here. We don't make carbon fiber here. I was about to say, we make jelly on this planet. We don't have a way to make carbon fiber. Combinators. Train stuff. Don't really want pipe. Centrifuges will be useful here. Heating towers, which means we want boilers, stone furnaces. We already have heat pipe. We need to make labs here because the thermodynamic lab needs labs to be made. We need electric furnaces. Offshore pumps. Fuck, we need to make space platform foundations here. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. As for the new labs. Mechanical Forge can make those at plus 50%. It seems like it could actually be pretty decent for a certain place to make them faster. All this other stuff I don't think we need. Only thing that's left to do is just drag all the raw material as close as possible. Hmm. Can't get to this one because of the beacon in the way. So we just do this instead. There we go. Lovely. Okay, you things are the next stuff. Hmm. That should be about it. We need a couple foundries, making some copper cable. Some sticks. Don't need it for any of this stuff. There is the ability to make foundries on this planet. Don't really need to, though. I'd have to make refined concrete. Be annoying. Everything else we have pretty easily and readily available. But I do not want to. There's some stuff in the convector we could also make, I think. Could almost build aircraft here, funnily enough. But no, that's for Didia. Can't make large electric poles either. What about the mechanical forge? I don't think there's much use for any of that stuff. This might honestly just be about it. Oh, I need storage tanks. can make lasers here. We'd have to also make some batteries. Oh yes, it's time for our science to finally start getting shipped out, huh? Oh, it's gonna take a while for you to get all your shit together. I know. I'm all too aware of this. We need yellow belts. There we go. First batches of science finally being exported out. Very good. Don't think we can afford to have these middle ones here because it's just gonna block the way for heat pipe. Hmm. I have to move these all a space. There, that should be enough space. Hmm. That thing researched instantly. Alien frost glands. Just where are we gonna get that shit? That's a good question. Hmm. Lovely. A bunch of shit researched instantaneously. Well, not instantly, but very, very fast. Very good, very cool. We love that. Can't get cooler productivity though. It's not bad though. Fluoroketone productivity though. Oh, that would actually kind of fuck with a lot of the loops though, wouldn't it? Might not be as good as we think, or as I think. Frost jet rifle. Plastic batteries. Speed modules. Frost extract. Alien frost extract. Frost capsules. Can make all these products here. Okay, heating. Alright, wakey wakey time. For all these idiots. So the air pump. Thermodynamic slab. It's a lot of random bullshit. The ass collector. Can only make this stuff on space platforms, which is very annoying. Station keeping module. This thing's rocket stack size 1,000. Okay, so we'll want 20 stacks for sure. brick. Lovely. Ugh. Armor plate equipment. Can't have productivity modules in them, that's interesting. $60 steel plate per second, though. Jesus Christ. I need 4,000 loot per second, though. So that cools... There's definitely a way to use this, but I think we probably need the better coolant recipe. Yeah, I'd probably need this. Need the better coolant recipe, I think, to make use of this, but that is definitely a good recipe. I mean, 60 fucking goddamn steel plate a second. That is one machine right next to a beacon. That is nuts. Like, without the beacon, still 24 per second. That's still insane. That's so high. Jesus. $6,000 molten copper a second. That is nuts, dude. But you need a lot of lubricant for that shit. Well, luckily for the most part, it self-feeds itself with the amount of lubricant you use. So you hardly lose any, you just have to have a little bit coming in. What's up, AJ? I can't believe that Mort would do this. This is so fucked up. Alexa, play Despacito. I guess King Julian's gonna start moving it in heaven now. He's not gonna like where he's moving it. Let's keep it $1.50. That is true. I do think that basically, Mort is definitely a agent of Beelzebub. I think we can agree on that. Yeah, this is real and true in Madagascar lore. Mort is definitely an agent of Beelzebub. Lucifer. Look at all these silly bugs that I have trapped here. Did a bunch of them kill each other? I'm causing bug civil wars. That's crazy. I'm curious about thing. Let us see if this will work. Let us see if this will work. You know, AJ, in the great words of Elon Musk, you have said the actual truth. That's a truth nuke right there, dude. Funny. That's a truth nuke. Absolute truth dump. Big truer. This has been brought to you by Big True. 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 Wait, AJ, are you saying that DreamWorks might not be the best at writing lore? What? I can't believe it. Why would you say this to me, AJ? It's time to ban you now. Your ass is getting banned now. It's over for you. I'm not a Pookie. I'm not a Pokemon. Why are you calling me a Pokemon? That's a little weird. It's kind of gay. Homosexual. Very, very gay. Derogatory. My Pocketmon. I also do like penguins in Madagascar. Turning gayer by the day. Derogatory. You're gay. Derogatory. But yeah, I don't really have a plan for today. I really don't. So I can't make the gas collectors here, which I assume I'm going to need for the next planet. Well, we can make these, though. Thermodynamic labs. Oh, God. Never mind. These things are kind of involved. You need lubricant, a way to get rid of the hot lubricant, and a whole bunch of other shit. Oh, man. I have to get a haircut tomorrow. So I have to wake up at a normal time. Thermodynamic lab. Yes, I've seen the ass too fat fucking Venom skin. Where it just basically makes everyone go like, "Hey, yo, what is going on? What is going on with my man? Why is he dropping it back like that? What the fuck?" You know, you're only gonna make a Durandi more and more gay with all these with all this talk here, AJ. I can already feel it. Durandi is becoming more and more homosexual by the second. Back up. We got a fucking queer, fellas. We got a homo. Alright, we got a dang homo. What a very low number of items necessary. A little weird. Question mark? Yeah. Durandi is about to become even gayer because of all this talk about Venom fucking dropping it from the back. You're making him more gay. I could just siphon lubricant from over here. Yeah, I'm just gonna siphon lube from here. I'm gonna siphon the lube from here. But man, some of these recipes that we've been given. Superheated copper melting. Having to fulfill the kickstart for this would be a bit of a pain in the ass, but I mean, the return on investment is insane. Yeah, it's not even close in comparison. I'd have to make like a whole bumblefuck facility to make this work, and you just have to kick in the balls initially, but then eventually it can more or less just supply itself. After the initial kick in the balls. Can't you really use that here? But which one of her skins? Trying to think, is it worthwhile for me to do this? I mean, the answer to that question is yes. Obviously. But having the necessary amount of ore for most of these planets is just not feasible. Just makes no use of this on that planet or on this planet. Yeah, having the needed amount of ore for this to work is so unfeasible. I do have to say, this recipe is fucking insane, though. Might make use of it somewhere else, though. mean, without any beacon, or any modules, or anything, not even beacons, like 6,000 molten copper. It's just that the amount of copper ore per second that I mean, this is good for like mega bases and stuff. That is a good recipe. But it's good for like the crazy big stuff, and I don't know if we're gonna go on that scale. But that is good. It is good. That's for the real big scale. Distribute some repair packs. But we are basically done with this planet. We just need to make a bunch of the new labs. And then distribute them appropriately. And by appropriately, I mean bring them back to Novice. Make some batteries here as well, so we can have laser turrets for replacements, just in case anything breaks. Replace our labs with better labs, because we just got better labs. How many labs do I need? A lot. 270. That's not that much. He likes the one where she wears black and shows a lot of her inner boob. That is a pretty good skin. That is pretty good. Ooh. Ooh, it's 5x5. Fantastic. Is it me or is it floating? Look at this thing. Ooh. Look at this. Mm-hmm. Very nice. Very nice. Let's get rid of that heated coolant. We can get rid of that now. Can we cycle that into here? I believe we probably can. Just need to finagle the pipes a little bit. Don't you love it when you finagle your pipes a little bit? I sure do. Nice. And new labs. But we have more products to make as well. And some experimentation to accomplish. I need to make a rocket launcher. Gears and some plates. Some circuits now. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. should make some gaydar. And the rest of the products that we can make here as well. Frost capsules. Probably want to make this new fangled armor, but I need to figure out how to get alien frost artifacts. Ooh, I should make flare stacks here as well. You do not need that much of each of this. Relax. Flare. Flare stacks. AJ, would you say that your dad is a fan of Emma Frost's aesthetic? Rocket capacity of 4. Oh, it's gonna take a while to transport, isn't it? Oh boy. Well, gotta get started somewhere. Don't know. Well, there's gotta be a reason why your dad likes some Frost. Gotta be a reason. First few levels are good, but they're replaced with some weird roguelike thing as it goes on. Wouldn't really know much about it. They have a 32-player mode? Really? Jesus. So, similar to Overwatch in that respect. Core stuff is good. But, the side stuff, eh. You know, it exists. We need to make some batteries. (16v16) in a tight map? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, they're kind of insane for that. Yeah, they're kind of insane for that. I'm not gonna lie. That's fucking crazy. Okay, so we need to make some copper, but I'm gonna make the copper probably locally. I don't need a ton of batteries. How many batteries per second do you even consume? 1 per second? Okay, I'm just gonna have 2. We're just gonna have 2 assemblies for this shit. Oh, right. The reason why I brought you over. Can you give me those capture rockets? Yes, perfect. Time to do a little bit of experimentation. Alright. Let's see if we can capture those nests. If we can capture them, then it'll be time to start shipping in bioflux, getting those alien glands, and blah 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 blah. The only reason why I've left that fucking island alive and have not bombed it into oblivion. I've left it alive this whole time. Can I get my frost alien glands from these things if I capture them with a bottle, not a bottle rocket, with a capture rocket? As for local heating, it's easy. We got lava everywhere. All right. Save the game. What's up, guys? Can you come here, please? I don't want you guys to be too close to your nest. Thank you. Hey, come here. No, I have the game installed because it's free, right? So I was just like, yeah, might as well, it's free. Right? But I do not have it installed. I don't. I do have it. No, I have it installed. We cannot capture them. It's a good game. I hear. So we can't capture the nests. Well, that sucks. Well, the experiment was worthwhile to try, but we can't capture them. Well, that's kind of cringe. Alright, well, time to kill them then. So the only way you can get the alien glands is by killing their nests and then looting the corpses of the nests. That sucks. I can't make a facility to just extract them? I mean, look at these little guys. That's unfortunate. Give me. Man, I was hoping that I could use this as like a pretty reliable source of light oil. But I can't. I can't use this as a reliable source of light oil. Well, that sucks. That frost damage that lingers is fucking me up pretty bad. I'm slow now. Well, I'm a little slow. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, got some alien frost glands. Unfortunate that we can't capture them. Yeah, target filters only on those nests. Doesn't specify the other nests. Trapped. That's unfortunate. Oh well. Maybe in like an update they'll let you capture them so you can start to extract glands. And you can like somehow produce bioflux here. That'd be interesting. That'd be fun. I mean, you can already produce jelly here, so... One more thing to just make bioflux. Wouldn't be bad. Oh well. How do you make this shit? Alien frost artifacts. And the frost extract. Sulfuric acid, water, and the glands. Okay. I'm just sticking this in here for now. Because I will not be going hunting for aliens all that much. It's a lot of water, actually. This shit can also spoil. I think I might just use this to make some frost armor. Some gun. That's another reason why I needed the batteries. Make a gun. I want to make a gun. How do I make the ammo for the gun? Nah, we need the frost extract. Well, I'll make some gun. Make gun because I want to make gun. Where's the frost jet rifle? Need speed modules for this? It's annoying. Plastic bars. Might as well. They would say if they're canon or not, right? I feel like a lot of people would say that they're non-canon because of how homosexual comic book characters are. Right? There's like too many gay people that play the game or something, so they'll just be like, nah, fuck that. You know, like the standard anti-woke, like 3 IQ bullshit. Like coming up with like literally any excuse just to shit on a thing because, I don't know, too many women and gays and whatnot. Too many dang homo queers and shit. Kind of know the last season because you didn't know. Don't know who won the tournament. Oh. Doesn't like stupid bullshit happen all the time in like the Marvel comics? But there's always like some stupid ass cosmic coincidence. Like that's just like commonplace. It's like, yeah, welcome to Marvel. Or honestly, it's like any superhero comics. Always some like weird fuck shit just randomly happens. Just need to find a foundry. I just want to weave the copper plate and the iron plate production. Just make it like local here because you could just make it really, really fast. We don't need a ton of batteries per second. This is going to be more than enough once it gets going. Closeted cuck. So Sneeko? Well, that's not really closeted. That's kind of out in the open. That one's kind of out in the open. Guess you could also just say, like, a 4chaner. But that one's also kind of out in the open, not really closeted. Huh. There's the batteries. Need to somehow make use of these things before they rot. Oh, I can make some frost armor. Bring these over from Novice. Well, there's the rifle. Frost jet rifle. Will I play Arc Raiders? Probably not. Can't really afford to have video game. Buy video games and shit. Why the fuck does Arc Raiders have AI videos in it? Why? Isn't that like a pretty decent game? Why the AI videos? Or not videos, but voices. Oh, hello, guys. You guys gonna go to my defenses to get instantaneously annihilated? Boop. Got 5 frost glands from that. Only needed 1. I think before I leave, I'm gonna have to basically do a little bit of cleansing of the surface. Because the enemies will evolve, and they will become stronger. Though honestly, the evolution factor's already gone up pretty significantly in this area. They say they pay a real VA to train the model and give them royalties. Okay, but then at that point, why not just use the VA? Why go through the hassle then? It doesn't make any sense to me. Why jump through all these hoops for no reason, you know? That seems very strange. I would be fine with it for the pings of items with the robot character. Sure. But, yeah, but it's just what I don't understand is what is the point of doing all of that? Just so you can, like, use the VA's, like, voice anyway. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. It's very, very weird. Very flat. Like, are they just doing it to avoid work? Just to be lazy? That's the only thing I can think of. I don't know. I just think it's very strange. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Field, the item pings, like shouting oil, are through radio and have modulation not really noticeable. Yeah, I get that. It's just like the problem that I have with it is, okay, if you're paying a VA to do this anyways, why not just use the VA, and why use a VA to train the voice model? It claims to execute ideas faster. I still find that to be a little strange. I think in reality, what they probably use it for is if they want to have, let's say, more voices and shit like that, they could just use the model to easily just, like, port them in, no problem. Quick and easy, like more, like, throwaway lines. To not have to pay a VA to do that work. That's my guess. I feel like it can't be that hard to get a VA in. Even if that's the case, I'd be fine with temp AI voices. I think the only thing that irritates me about it is just, I think it's just the laziness. I think it's just like, it's like, why, okay then, like, why be lazy about this then? I'm not sure. I find that to be very peculiar. It's def is cost saving, and they're trying to hide it a little. Oh yeah, for sure, 1000%. I mean, that's the point of them using all the fucking AI shit to begin with. It's all cost-saving measures. Because they don't want to pay people as much money. That's why they do it. It's obvious, right? The only thing that I just find strange about it is, like... What... Is the studio that makes Arc Raiders, I believe it... What, is it a smaller studio, I believe? I have no idea. I'm assuming it's a smaller studio. Who developed the game? I'm not sure. Background voice in the Underground Hub via loudspeaker AI tunes some are noticeable bad, but there's modulation so it works most of the time. Okay. Honestly, I'm still just more annoyed with the laziness. Like, why be lazy for no reason? I don't get it. It's weird. Strange. Strange. The game itself is very well put together with great audio design besides the AI voices. Sure. I still just don't understand what would incline them to just want to have not the AI voices, but just feel like they are just like skipping out on the voices for some reason. New and mid-size-ish. Okay. Okay, bought by Tencent or something, so... the standard... sort of fare there? Okay. PlayStation needs an AI content warning like Steam. I don't think they're gonna do it. I don't think they care as much. A lot of the console games companies, I think. I think they give less of a shit about that. Okay, let's make this fucking fangled armor. Frost armor. What's up, Zane? You got a job? Nice. And now I have to feel jealous. What the fuck? I still don't have a job. God damn it. But yeah, better than nothing. Not like there's anything better in this fucking infernal economy. I was, my mom introduced me to this dude who has like an internship at IBM. And we, chatted a bit. The dude... Unironically, so every time I argue with my parents, well, mostly my mom, about how shitty the fucking job market is, like how astronomically bad it is, I used my main talking point with him, talking about like, yeah, it's basically like a slot machine. You pull the lever and you maybe get lucky. Oh, The dude I was talking with was like, oh, you're 1000% correct. It is basically just luck. I'm like, this is like the 10th person. 10th! Who I have gotten to agree with my argument. Shitty thing though, I start tomorrow on Black Friday. Yeah, good luck with that. I'm fucking cooked. I'm fucking cooked, bros. So fucking cooked. Hope they have you folding clothes and shit. I mean, if it's retail, it's what they are generally going to start you off with. Just folding clothes and shit. It's not like they're going to have you, I don't know, to run into cash. Probably not. Okay, let's see what this fangled armor looks like. God damn it, insufficient inventory space. Been a long time since we've seen this. This is temporary. Not much change. Okay. That's cool. Back into the coffin we go. Say my equipment grid should not be that small. Lovely. Just dumb bullshit. I'm at a key holder position, so I open and close, including counting cash. Look at you, the counting cash Andy over there. Fucking Mr. Cash Counter. We're 2 cents off of having to burn the place down. No, you're gonna be like, I don't know, basically thrown to the wolves because you can't find that 2 cents. You're basically like Wallahi fucking cooked because you can't find that 2 cents. Gets a job at shitty retail position. Immediately fired because you can't find 2 cents. Armor plate equipment. 20 hit points it gives. Recharge rate, but it's 1/1 in comparison to 2/2. Interesting. It's definitely not as good as these energy shields. These are definitely better. Hmm. Yeah, we are pretty much done with this planet. All that's pretty much left to do is just to wait for the creation of additional thermodynamic labs. Oh, we're at 112 of the amount that we need. Ooh, I need to send down a telescope down here. Of course, how could I forget? The one aesthetic telescope. Very necessary, very important. Then we need to clean up this mess. But that won't be too difficult. Gimme, gimme. What if these things freeze? Yes, but they still move around. Cool. Well, there's the telescope. Just leave all my stuff in here. The future Emma Frost skin I'm not a fan of. The black one I like, but it's not legendary. Ah. Listen, AJ. You'll have all the gooner bait you want. Think about it. We get it, AJ. You like to goon. You love gooning. Gooning. You're a gooner. You stay gooning? Wrap it up, Domi. All right, you need to wrap it up, buddy. You need to wrap it up, Domi. And we have produced everything that we want for leaving this base be completely self-sufficient. Hooray for us. Really, the only thing that would be left for us to do in this area is to just exterminate all of the nests so that we stop the evolution. So they don't start to make behemoths. But that is just killing shit within our radiation cloud, or pollution cloud rather. That's really the only thing left to do. That's just killing stuff. Which we probably should do. That would be the smart thing to do. Even though I think my defenses can easily hold even against all the very large aliens. Bugs. We've got nothing better to do until we load up on thermodynamic labs. Which will take still a bit of a while. Whoa! Now see, if I didn't have the mech armor, I would have died, but that's fine. The weapons I have are very, very overpowered against these biters. That's true. Believing in evolution is homo-queer shit. That's true. I could also build artillery here, but supplying that's going to be annoying. He believed in microevolution, but not macroevolution. Why? I don't believe in species evolving. I only believe in, like, small adaptations or things. Stupid. People will do anything possible to make, create demons in their head to fight. I have not seen the new stream. I don't really watch TV all that much. Not really a TV guy. All I know about Stranger Things is that, like, Drake, it just, like, wanted to sexually harass Millie Bobby Brown. That's really about it. Like, that's the only thing I think of when it comes to Stranger Things is Drake. Trying to, like, sexually harass a 14-year-old or something. And I'm just like, yeah, that's Drake. Being very weird. And now he gambles on fucking Kick or something. And makes, like, really bad music. Very bottom of the barrel fucking tier shit. Yeah. Like, he has a sponsorship with Steak, so yeah, he streams on Kick. Good one. Good one, AJ. Irm. Fucking Irm actually looking head ass. Alright. Sweep starts now down here, where there's a lot more bigger nests. It's fine. I have a fuck ton of ammo. That is true. It is the 80s and autism does not exist. Plot armor? More like gay armor, am I right? Because it's gay or something? I don't know. Homosexuals? Danged homo queer armor? Can I still, like, blame Drake for that? I just want to blame Drake. Is that too much to ask for? No, at least everyone has been saying that this is like Home Depot music. I think it is Spyro music. You would hear this on a Spyro level, in an Insomniac game, in a platformer game. In the early aughts. Hashtag we need less homo queers. From AJ. You said you were allowed to live. Alright, well this was the biggest area and it's almost been cleared out. So, just two medium-sized nests left. 30 nests left? They're absorbing poop. It's because it's over here. There's a bunch of big ones over here. And there's some over there. Okay, whatever. Keep going. Keep killing. Tiny island. Hello. Now time for Zane to have an erection. Soul frame. Soul frame. I'm hard. No FOMO Warframe besides that one instance from 12 years ago. Yeah, I keep forgetting that Warframe is a pretty old game. That's been around for a real long time. The developers of Warframe let them make skins? That's pretty cool. Is that why a lot of them are extremely homosexual? For a bunch of the skins? Because if that's the case, that makes a lot of sense. Some, yeah. Checks out, checks out, checks out. Their dev team is very diverse gender-wise. They appeal to both audience pretty equally. So what you're telling me is that they're woke and they're DEI. They're woke. Danged wokies. Wicked. Meanwhile, I'm just here killing people. Don't mind me. I'm just here killing. I'm just here killing. All right. Well, these are the last few nests. It's a pretty good purge. Once 6 nests are still absorbing pollution. Who has not been killed? Who needs to still be murdered? You. You still need to be murdered. Problem is that there are still nests absorbing pollution. I don't know where they are. You! You're almost there. Whatever, I'll kill that one last nest and that's it. Guy could not imagine what it'd be like to work fucking 12-hour shifts. I already hate working as it is. Oh, nurses. If we're talking about... yeah, nurses. Yes, I know someone who's a nurse. One of my friends is a nurse. Yes, same thing. It's 12-hour shifts. I don't think that contributed anything. Oh, it did. No more pollution. No more pollution being absorbed. We murdered everybody. Guess we also did some murdering over here. Look at all these corpses. Now we get to leave. Yay. Corpses. Yep, corpse. And this thing's almost dead. Almost done. Construction for 12 hours. God, that must be rough. That sounds rough, buddy. It's brutal. I have to do it manually. Cringe. Why have you slowed down? 13.3. It's because I'm a libtard. I'm a libtard. I'm a libutardus. Libuyus tardius. You wouldn't understand what it's like to put in hard work, liberal. Amazing. I can't believe I'd be called a libtard like this. Capital fucking L as well. That's crazy. I read that as lasagna for a second, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I can imagine. This is a real man's job. We are all part of MAGA. We love doing construction work and working ourselves to death. That's right. Zane, I thought you would love to work yourself to death with a bunch of MAGA losers. There we go. So I think we just solved that throughput problem we were having there. That's better. Last year made fun of a firefighter that was killed at the Trump rally. I was writing tweets to the dad about him drinking raw milk and stuff. Made fun of the guy to my grandma, and then, let me guess, your grandma smacked the shit out of you or something? Called you a cringe libtard? Like, I remember all the tweets of, like, all the people calling him, like, stupid. Damn, well, that's unfortunate. Did you feel bad? What's up with people in raw milk? Okay, so it's all about health nut conspiracism bullshit. Because they think like raw milk... they think like raw milk and shit can stop you from getting like, I don't know, libtard gay disease or some shit. It's all a part of, like, the demented, twisted, like, bullshit of, like, the super healthy eating fucking gobbledygook and shit like that. It's so dumb. Okay, we need these guys to go get their refills of nuclear fuel, because for whatever reason, my fucking interrupt is not working. We should have enough ammo to get through this. Firefighter's brother worked at Alacasen, which is a water treatment thing in Pittsburgh. Uncle A with the brother sees dude. Halfway through, hardly taking any damage. Why are my interrupts not working? Cargo less than 10. Uranium fuel cell. Targets novice. Via cosmic chance, you pissed your family off. Gotcha. Could be worse. Ugh, we're low on thruster fuel. The solar panels are kind of functioning, so that's fine. Listen, AJ, have you ever considered that maybe you shouldn't piss off your family by cosmic coincidence, you know? Just don't do that, Smile. Hmm. Could have went to that Trump rally. Dad wanted to go for fun, but I said no. Didn't want COVID. That's fair. Everyone at the shooting had to leave their belongings on the ground after it, what, seemed miserable to get stuck in. I don't know if you got them back. Something tells me they probably didn't get them back. I just have a feeling that they did not get them back. Let's call it a sneaking suspicion of mine. No, I find it really funny that there's some like weird diaper fetishist saying that I'm spreading active misinformation about the people being the most propagandized to, or not propagandized to, but the people that are getting detained the most happens to be either legal permanent residents or citizens. And they're saying that I'm spouting literal misinformation. That's not the case. That's not literal misinformation. That is the truth. Very funny. If I stuck the outskirts kind of heckled, I think I would have liked it. But that would make me a prime target for investigation. Depending on where you would have been, because they caught the guy immediately. Damn, you caught me? I had no idea that Zane was a diaper fetishist. It's crazy. Why would you admit that you're a diaper fetishist, Zane? It's a little weird. It's a little weird. Alright, we're going back to Novice. Why are we headed to Dia? Oh, that's a little weird. You should pay Yakuza to make peace with the diaper fetishists. I mean, we could do that. Oh, we've discovered this planet now. It's gonna be interesting to see what we have to do with this. But we got a little bit of cleanup to do. Mine are actually full right now. I believe it. honestly, let's just increase this to 200. Okay, the next thing that we need to do is we need to design a ship. A shocker, I know. That lets us create gas collectors in space. Because we can only craft those in space. It's kind of annoying. One guy has like one diaper guy and then escalates into a whole... I know exactly what you're talking about. It's just fucking weird. It is a little fucking weird. Like, if I recall correctly, they basically, like, all come out of the woodwork and try to beat the shit out of you. It's really weird. If I were to say this equals 0, would that work? Your mom was concerned about you playing Mantis. What, because of fucking Bug Lady or something? I really don't understand what it is with some of these, like, really weird fucking parents thinking that, like, I don't know, their kids are gonna be, like, weird homo queers because of being around certain Marvel rival fucking characters. I always find it to be so peculiar. Oh man, you're playing with like a certain character in this video game. You're probably gonna be a homo queer or some shit. It's just like, well, that's a little strange. Like, why do people think like this? Why are you playing as a woman in your head? Okay. I tell you what, ain't no anyone of mine. I can't build a thermodynamic slab on this surface because the pressure is too high. Well, that's cringe. Oh, buildable on... I see now. It's only buildable on Aquilo, Lemures, and space platforms. Well, that sucks. Man. Sorry, you can't play as Magneto, AJ, because if you play as Magneto, you basically are self-admitting that you're, like, a justice fighter, like, you're a freedom fighter for mutants, and therefore that is automatically bad. Well, that's lame. Okay. Well, getting all those thermodynamic labs was a complete waste of time. There is one other lab, and it's the cryogenic lab. Here. And buildable on novice. Ooh, good. This thing is just fucking insane as well. It's just better. Very expensive. But it has one extra module slot and 3 times the fucking speed. Show your mom the Punisher swimsuit outfit. It's true. Well, that's kind of annoying. Oh well. I'm just annoyed that I can't build those, that I can't build these thermodynamic labs here. That really annoys me. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not happy about that.
Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors.
But Raiden, you'll lose subscribers.
Do it.
Okay.
I was fucking joking. Why did you do it?
I agree. It is very cringe. Doctor. Ah, I see why now. Some of the sites are not able to get there. Certain science packs. That's a situation that needs to be remedied. 2B Emma Frost crossover skin. They would not use Emma Frost in 2B. I don't think so. She's too tall, I think. I think they'd use someone else for 2B. But that would sell like fucking hotcakes. They'd probably use one of the other blonde women. One of the other snow bunnies. Okay. Okay. I think we have to make a special ship just for these things. Because I'm assuming we probably need these gas collectors and these air pumps. Okay, looks like we can make these anywhere. Okay, so making the air pumps, not as big of a pain in the ass. The gas collectors, these are a pain in the ass, and the reason is because they're apparently very, very heavy. We have to barrel a bunch of lubricant and send it up into space. So yeah, we're definitely going to make a specialized system for this. Heat exchanger and turbines suggest that these things will be able to generate power. The thrusters is weird to me. We're gonna have to combine some weird fucking shit here. There's also a white 2B character. God, what's her fucking name? It's not 2B. It's basically, it's race swapped and clothing swapped, right? She's black, jet black hair, black, and has a white outfit. Right? And she's been canonicized. They could do... There's not a lot of... There's Storm? Storm? If they were to do the crossover, that'd be interesting. But they're never going to do that. Because no one cares about the Black Lady. Or the Black Lady version of 2B. It's all about the White Lady version of 2B. I'm trying to think. Who the fuck could they have 2B as? If they were to do a crossover, which is entirely possible. It just depends on if the company that makes Nier would want to go with it or not. That's an entirely different question. Did this fucking video finally came out of fucking jail or something? So weird. TikTok is such a strange platform to me, man. "2P," that's her name. It's 2P. Also just slightly tanner sometimes. Yeah. Like, there's differing interpretations, right? Like, it can be just random fucking bullshit. It can be tanner, it could be more... Typically, she's black, but, whatever, you know? Random shit. Type shit, you know? Okay, I think it's time to design a new ship then. Gas builder. the only way we can make these things that are in space. We can only make these in space. Which means it's time to head ourselves to here and to clean up the mess I made on Proserpina. Now that I know the thermodynamics labs can't be fucking placed down now novice, which annoys me. Unless they want to make you have science builds in space, which is, I mean, you can do that. It's going to be interesting to design a spaceship that's explicitly meant to just build random bullshit. Because now I'm just thinking, where would be the best place for me to stop and just get lube? Because everywhere else, it's obvious. It's just like, yeah, you head to all the other places to gather all the Millennium items and you make the fucking shit. That's it. Very easy, simple. Because everything else can just be very easily imported. Very easily. It's interesting. It's interesting. Interesting logistical challenge. It would probably be best for me to still just head to Vulcanus and just grab it. The resources are essentially free on that planet. Essentially. Because that fucking calcite patch that I claimed like forever ago. Well, didn't even use the starter calcite patch. Maybe big, but the richness of that ore, dog shit. Comparison to this patch, which is going to last for forever. And this shit ain't going nowhere. I think we'll gather most of the stuff we need from here. And for the other shit, the lubricant... We need lubricant, we need the rubber, we need... Question is, I don't even know how many gas collectors we need. We need space fucking platforms. I make a fuck ton of those on, Maluna. Well, it's been a while since we've been here. Yeah, we got a mess to clean up. Big old mess to clean up. Benito. Benito. Okay, so we always have to come here in order to get rubber. Nothing we can do about that. We always have to come here for rubber. It's the only place that makes rubber. Alright, we're out of here. Nothing else to really research. The only infinite science this shit has. 25 packs for coolant productivity? What a weird amount. Okay. Very interesting. 3K? Why so expensive? Well, it goes up by 2%. Okay, bro. Bacterial lightning collector. What the fuck is this? This is gonna be one of the weirdest planets, I feel like. This planet's gonna be weird. It's funny being able to craft this on, Corundum. Polymer shelled amoeba extraction. Bioflux. Dedea air. Well, that seems like an infinite resource if I've ever seen one. Fluorine polymer shelled amoeba. Okay. That gets plastic. Electrophile bacterial extraction. Obviously lets you make more bacteria. The air turns into stone. Okay. Atmospheric holmium extraction. That lets us make holmium solution. And a bacteria. Okay, so this is a loop. Brine. So we can make lithium extraction. Lithium brine. Interesting. It's for batteries. This lets us make sulfur. Stone corrosion. So all that stone byproduct lets us make ores. And sulfuric acid. Air and steam makes the bacteria, which turns into sulfur. Okay. And you. Ammonia. Petrolic bacteria. Oh, weird. Well, you don't want to bacon pancakes? Bacon pancakes? So that lets us make lubricant for electrical engines, for rockets. Man, this is a weird one, I have to say. We got a weird one on our hands. So we make the air pumps here because we make insulated pipes here. Makes sense. Let's do that. Everything else we also make here, no problemo. Okay. So we pick up our air pumps from here. So I guess the air pumps is what let us create the Daydia air. With the Daydia air, we obviously combine that. 13 rocket capacity? Why the fuck are you 13 rocket capacity? That's so fucking weird. Whatever. You combine that with the Daydia air in order to make products out of it. I'm assuming the air is the atmosphere, so we have pretty much as much of that as we want. Cool. Okay. Does everyone understand? Extract the air and make bacteria with it. Obviously. Another interesting thing about this planet. So if we go on the space map real quick. Robot energy usage is halved. Which makes me inclined to want to use robots on this. I'm going to see what the throughput for all of the bacteria and stuff is. If it's low enough, then I probably will use robots. Half energy usage is pretty good. I'm not sure what power generation is going to be like on this planet. If it's bad, then it's a difficult proposition. But we will have to see. We will have to see what exactly how this works. We still have to design the ship first, though. I think this might all be... Well, I'm going to design the ship probably off-stream. Because we can only make these things in fucking space. Though we can import the air pumps. Yeah, 'cause this planet's done. Just let it sit here and do its thing. Might as well resupply the ship as well. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Will I play the free-to-play Monster Hunter Gacha when it comes out? Not really a gacha game guy. I'm not one of those guys, you know? Not gay shit. Gay shit impact? So I'm gonna give myself more room to build with. Oh, they know what they're doing. Making the femoid characters the only ones you can play. I see how it is. Man, I'm getting told by all of the most, like, I think 3 IQ morons asking for proof of the people who have been deported, which have mostly been legal citizens and permanent residents. Do these people just not read any articles? The reporting of this has been, generally speaking, another instance of a citizen being deported. Another instance of a permanent resident being deported. Another instance of this. It's just like, at a particular point in time, if you read enough articles and you look at the news enough, it's just like, you notice a pattern of behavior. It's like the contention these people have is that I say, oh, the only people who are getting deported are citizens and legal illegal migrants and permanent residents. Very, very key word there being most. Very, very important word there. But a lot of these people are incapable of reading. Like, these people are just very stupid. Because they're essentially asking me to prove something that is improvable. We can't prove a negative. You can't prove this. Because obviously the statistics on that is not going to be put out by the administration. Absolutely not. They would never put that shit out. They're probably women who are bugging you. I mean, women are pretty stupid sometimes. That's true, AJ. We do love doing a little bit of ironic misogyny, don't we? So it's just like, there's no point in having like an argument with these people because they don't care. They have their preconceived biases in their head already because of the 3 IQ morons that they consume on the daily. So it's just like, it doesn't matter. There's no point in having a debate with these people. They're not interested in a debate. They don't care if you present the proof of this. Even though, generally speaking, it's true. Like, I don't know. If I were to look up who are the people that are getting deported. People facing deportation are typically foreign nationals who are in a country without legal authorization, such as those who overstayed a visa or crossed a border illegally. They can also be migrants who have violated the terms of their visa or individuals who have been convicted of crimes. It's true. With those posing a threat to national security or public safety being a priority for removal, which is, for the most part, not really the fucking case for most of the people that are getting deported. It's mostly people who overstayed their... A lot of them are people who overstayed their fucking visas. So I'm just looking for a little bit of... I'm just looking for some statistics. As of the end of May 2025, ICE had arrested 752 non-citizens convicted of murder and 1693 convicted of sexual assault. Okay, so how many people were overall deported in May of 2025? Oh, here we go. 80,000 people. And only about 2,000 of them, about 2,400 of them, have been convicted of serious crimes. But there's been about 89,000 people that have been detained and deported. There's a discrepancy there. There's a big discrepancy there. But do any of these people care about that argument? No. ICE told Congress last year that as of July, it had identified 435,000 unauthorized immigrants with criminal convictions in the United States that were not in custody. Of those non-citizens, 13,000 of them were convicted of murder. Now, criminal convictions. Now, that can range from the most petty of, like, drug possession and speeding tickets to murder. It's a wide range of potential crimes. And also, this is all internal data from ICE. We have no idea if they're telling the truth. I don't trust many of the things that come out of ICE. So yeah, it is still accurate to say that most of the people the Trump administration is more than likely deporting are either permanent residents or citizens. Besides, I even said, I think myself, I said the people that are getting detained, but they're going with deported. But okay. But for these people, they don't really give a shit. It doesn't matter. Very, very stupid individuals. Anywho. We'll stop the Factorio there for now. There's a couple of things that I will yap about. Some quick things, mostly. More... Well, not as a ridiculous game. Day. Anyway. I'm gonna head to the bathroom. I'm gonna grab water. And then we'll do some amount of yapping. I'll be right back, gamers. We are so Barack
Hussein?
Obama. There's like two pretty big developing stories. You know, the problem is they're still developing and there's a lot of fucking misinformation out there. I want to talk about the National Guard, the two National Guardsmen who got fucking shot in DC. But I'm waiting for more details to come out for that one. Because so far what we do know is that the individual that shot them, so there was a individual who shot two National Guardsmen from Virginia that were in DC doing the fucking military occupation, right? The instantaneous second that the Republicans could blame the Democrats on this, they just blamed the Democrats on it. Right? Nonsensical, obviously, for a lot of reasons. So they blame the Democrats on this, which is very stupid. And they blame the Democrats on this, I think, for like the dumbest reason possible. It's because of the video of them telling the soldiers that they can disobey orders, which is legal. They can do that. So, okay, cool, great, fantastic. So, that was the first claim and misinformation that the right was putting out there. That was the first thing. The second thing was implications of it being a Afghan national. Now, that is a fact. An Afghan national got into the firefight with those two with the National Guardsmen, but we don't really have a motive. We don't know why. The dude got captured and is not participating. It is not being cooperative. That's the term. With police. So they're not being cooperative. And the right is now talking about wanting to do more deportations because of this. Because, oh, look at all these, like, migrants that are being inherently violent against their National Guardsmen. Problem with that. A lot of these Afghan nationals were given amnesty by the Trump administration. So, it's one of those situations where it's going to be, like, really, really difficult to make arguments like that. Simply due to the fact... simply just due to the fact that there are just so many inaccurate claims that are being made by the right wing, because they just want to have this as like their Reichstag fire moment so badly, you know? Tucker Carlson, London is now 36% white. Piers Morgan, England is 70% white. Imagine getting instantaneously owned by fucking Piers Morgan. It was 99% white in 1945. Whites are becoming the minority in your country. So what? You know, Tucker Carlson, considering the fact that England had a worldwide spanning empire, it might make a lot of sense that a bunch of fucking non-white migrants might have started migrating to England, especially after the empire decided to go down and they administered in a bunch of those fucking migrants because of their status that they have with the Commonwealth. If I wanted to easily migrate to the United Kingdom, I could, since I'm a Canadian citizen. I would probably have a easier track to go down if I wanted to live in England. How do I know this? Because I know people who've done it. Because we're still part of the Commonwealth. It's very funny. It's so goofy, I'll be honest. It's so goofy. That's interesting to talk about. Julie Menon claims victory in council speaker race. Oh, by the way, for all the lefties out there, the centrists and the Republicans are assembling a Voltron to create a supermajority within the New York City Council in order to resist Zoran Mamdani's fucking agenda passing. Yep. The Voltron is here. And what are, like, fucking lefties complaining about for the most part? Oh, Zoran Mamdani is playing politics and making concessions. It's so fucking stupid, man. I hate these people, man. I really do. I don't want to subscribe. I wanted to look at the fucking article. Unfortunate. Would have liked to have taken a look at that article. Maybe I'll look at this iDubbbz video. Why not? Sure. Why am I getting harassed by Grok to explain a bunch of things to me? Go away, Grok. Suck my cock. it's not that I don't care. It's not long enough to make a big fuss and mess about it. Two things can be true at once. Speaker Menon will be more of a pain in the ass for Mamdani than a Speaker Hudson. New York City is a mayor-strong system, so this only matters in the margin of for most of Mamdani's agenda. Albany is a much bigger potential hurdle than City Council. Okay. Don't fret and enjoy Thanksgiving. Why naming Dean Fullahan as first deputy mayor was so smart. He was a chief fiscal and policy advisor to assembly leaders for 30 years and was recently appointed by Hochul to the State Financial Control Board. Okay. So he definitely knows the ins and outs of potentially getting, of how to get Hochul to fucking give him the money he wants for his agenda. Makes sense. Plus, he knows council dynamics of the former first deputy mayor. So if you're worried about Menon being a serious roadblock, it's misplaced. The council only gets to say on the last approximately, about 5% of the city budget. That's like irrelevant. That's nothing. Menon will be a public foil, and she may try to stand in the way of some of his proposed police reforms and leverage subpoena power. So she can be very procedurally annoying. Okay, it's not too bad. But also important to keep in mind that housing ballot initiatives, especially 3 and 4, took a lot of remaining power. City councilors have. Menon will mostly be a PR headache for Mamdani as she seeks to cast herself as his foil and potentially gear up for a run against him in 2029. Yeah, so she's gonna be like, I was the one who was holding Mamdani accountable, blah 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 type shit, and even though that's like not the case at all. Okay, cool. If anything, people should be more worried about Albany stopping him from making big moves on his agenda, though for now, Mamdani has more friends up there in Hochul, Assembly Speaker Carl Hesty, and Senate President Andrea Stewart Cousins, plus Deputy Dean got his thing. Okay, cool. So it's going to be a small pain in the ass, but not that big of a deal. Okay, that's good. Just a tiny pain in the ass. Everything I want. It's not a major amount of stuff, but it's stuff. Our favorite gay boy.
This was
our favorite homo queer. Nick Fuentes.
Fuentes. He's so gay. Very gay. Very, very homo.
Anyway, let's get started with this shit. Fuentes reiterating that he's fully open to teaming up with the left to oppose Israel. What does he mean by that? What do you mean by that? the left already principally oppose Israel for the simple fact that they are abusing the Palestinian minority that currently lives within that fucking ethno-state. I've said this before, but people like Nick Fuentes, the only reason why he is anti-Zionist is not out of a principled moral stance for the Palestinians wanting to basically let them have emancipation. No, he could give less of a flying fuck about any of that stuff. For him, it's about hating on fucking Jews, which is, generally speaking, why you should not work with people like Nick Fuentes if you are at all credible whatsoever in terms of the left. Everything that he essentially says in terms of his sort of like populist rhetoric and shtick is a canard. It's nonsense. It should not be fucking believed. He is someone who can, ostensibly speaking, just not be trusted. You should not trust individuals like Nick Fuentes, but he's still going to do his whole sort of shtick about like, well, look at me. I am a populist conservative. I want to essentially separate myself from the Republican Party because he thinks that they're just cucked to fucking Israel and that there's no point in trying to redeem them. I've said this before and I'll say it again. The only thing that Nick Fuentes basically is he is essentially trying to make himself a bit more of a foil against the Republican Party because, again, he feels that the Republican Party is essentially completely cucked to Israel and that there is no fundamental redemption to that fucking party. I mean, he is correct in that assessment, but he's making that assessment based off of the fact that he is incredibly fucking anti-Semitic. So if you're on the left, you don't work with someone like this. As soon as Nick Fuentes were to get power, he'd immediately stab you in the fucking back. But then again, the only people that this is going to be like convincing to are either Marxist-Leninists or those like MAGA communist types. So other conservatives like him. What does he have to say about this?
This is why I said the other night, why don't we have populist Republicans and populist Democrats that just solve problems? Just solve problems for Americans.
Because
And
you're
by
not
the way, I
trustworthy.
am willing to compromise with the left, 100%. I'll work with anybody. I saw the track AIPAC people. It's some progressive woman and some progressive gay guy. I'd work with them on shutting down AIPAC in a second, in a heartbeat.
Well, no, it's because, again, like I said, the reason why progressives have issues with Israel is because of it, well, receiving massive amounts of American taxpayer dollars to essentially maintain a settler colonial project within the Middle East with the express purpose of just, well, ethnically cleansing the Palestinians out of the fucking land and also causing tensions with all their fucking neighbors consistently. So, I mean, I'll say this again, but you're not trustworthy. Because you're a fucking Nazi, dude. Like, I mean, you're literally the same dude who did the fucking 6 million fucking cookies meme or some shit. Like, nothing that you say is going to be trustworthy on this. He's trying, like, okay. He's, like, trying to do, like, the same thing that Richard Spencer is doing, right? And I've said this before, I'll say it again. He's trying to make his position and his movement look more palatable in the mind of the mainstream, so then he has an easier, more effective time of trying to take over the Republican Party for himself. Because, again, like I said before, as soon as the Nazis fucking took power with the fucking Strasserites, what happened? They got immediately fucking cut out, and they were all fucking killed as well during Kristallnacht. So, all of those, like, political opponents who were not as pure with him in terms of, like, ethnic supremacy, they all got fucking killed, or didn't align with him necessarily politically, or would have been a potential problem for him in the future if allowed to live. That I'm speaking about Hitler here, of course. But yeah, like, who's to say that you wouldn't do the exact same shit if you were also given positions of prominence and power? You are not a trustworthy individual. You have lied about a lot of your positions consistently, and the only reason why you're adopting the positions that you are adopting right now is because you see that the Republican Party is weak, the MAGA movement is weak, it is vulnerable. And you see an opportunity right now to take it over from within and essentially be the main dude in charge. No one, and I mean nobody, should trust a single word that comes out of this motherfucker's mouth.
Same goes for Anna Kaspari and Cenk Uygur. They were...
Anna Kasparian, by the way, has mostly been doing like fucking Happy Merchant memes, like unironically, while talking about fucking Israel. Like, she's also not trustworthy either.
In favor of democratic populism. They want to deliver healthcare. They want to deliver education. I would work with them in a second. In a second. A Zohran Mamdani, all day. That's why I said we need to rethink and realign our politics based on what actually matters and what matters to us. We have to drop the wokeness, arguably on both sides. We have to drop the wokeness on the left, which is anti...
What fucking wokeness is there on the right? Like, what does that even fucking mean, huh? What? Like, does he mean, like, white supremacy or something? Like, Puritan identitarian politics? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's, like, literally the only politics that the right, generally speaking, has. Like, this is fucking nonsensical. Like, guys, we need to be a little less white supremacist. Like, that's so fucking stupid, man. Yes, I remember you.
Anti-white and obsessed with immigration, basically throwing the borders open. They have to get rid of the tone policing and language policing.
I don't know how many times this needs to be said. The people who are obsessed with immigration is you specifically, and the current administration is in power. If the right basically does not have immigration, what else are they going to run on? Nothing, because they don't have any policy. Because for them, it's about wanting to give as many tax cuts for the rich as possible. Like that's literally about it. Yeah, debunked your woke reality by saying all the Zionist 3 IQ fucking talking points. Okay, bro, nice meme.
And on the right, we can work together with the left. Maybe we have to let go of some of the cruelty and abuse directed at some of the marginalized communities on their side. It's true. There are marginal people. What else would you call a racial minority other than a marginal person? I'm okay with living in a society where we, as long as we close the borders, we can take care of everybody in the country. We can figure out how we can all get along together. As long as there is a consensus agreement that we can put America first. But what I see from...
I still don't understand. Like, America does not have an open border policy. This is just nonsensical. That's farcical. Like, what are you talking about? Like, even Joe Biden implemented a lot of the shit with, like, Title fucking 42 that Donald Trump had in place. The only difference is that he let in a bunch of migrants via fucking TPS. And again, let's just fucking pull up the fucking statistics on this again. Here, TPS shit. All the people that he let in via fucking TPS. Now you may be asking this question, well, Daho, why are there a lot of fucking Venezuelan migrants that were let in during 2021 and 2023? Couldn't be because of this. Oh. The fucking coup attempt that happened in 2019. I don't know how many times I have to keep saying this over and over and over again, but this is why. About 60% of the people that were given temporary protected status was a result of this fucking coup, right? This was a US-led coup under Donald Trump, where he tried to send in Juan Guaido with a couple of other dudes in a trench coat, and he got spotted out by some fucking Venezuelan fishermen. It was a complete botched failure. And it was, like, honestly, like, really fucking pathetic as well, the failure of that fucking coup attempt. And it's just like, this is why. He decided to then, after that failing of that coup attempt, slap harsh sanctions on the Venezuelan economy, causing it to go into hyperinflation, and as a result of the Venezuelan economy collapsing, a bunch of people decided to emigrate from the country. Oh, man. What a fucking shocker. Whoa, Trump's dumbass fucking policies resulted in a migrant wave because he's not capable of assessing any of the consequences of his actions. Like, open borders policies in the United States of America. It's nonsense. It's stupid.
From the Trump administration and from the Democrats is neither of them are willing or able to actually do anything for people, for the actual people. Like, and this is the evidence.
Corporate control.
Chuck Schumer opens the government with no Obamacare subsidies after they funded the Trump government earlier in the year without a fight at all. But now he wants to put forward a bill on anti-Semitism. Really? So which constituents are you working for exactly? You can't condemn the genocide in Gaza on behalf of your many Muslim or progressive constituents or even Jewish constituents that have a problem with it. You can't deliver on Obamacare, but you're obsessed with it's anti-Semitism, white supremacy, that's a grift. That's just a race hustle. You're just a race hustler.
I mean, because, well, here's the thing with what Nick is saying here. The thing with Chuck Schumer is that his whole shtick within the Senate is he wants to, well, I'm just exist in the Senate so I can keep the left pro-Israel. That's it. That's like literally his entire purpose. And obviously it's failing miserably, and it wasn't going to be maintained for forever because of the simple fact of the genocide within Gaza being as easily filmed as it was, thanks to this fun little thing called the cell phone. Allowing, and, well, mass social media and everything like that, blah, 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 blah. Obviously, it's a little more complicated than that. But, yeah, the general purpose of Chuck Schumer is to just be pro-Israel and try to make sure that the left stays pro-Israel. Absolute failure. Like, Chuck Schumer is failing in that miserably. You can take a look at his fucking poll numbers as well. It's also being reflected there. And because it was like one of those things where the internal contradictions of the state of Israel was eventually going to rear its fucking ugly head and basically show how ridiculously violent and the inherent ideology of Zionism was always about one thing and one thing only, and that is about building an ethno-nationalist state that was, only for, Ashkenazi fucking Jewish people from Western parts of Europe after they got kicked out of European countries because of their own anti-Semitic policies. That's the basis, the ideological fucking basis of Zionism. It was always inherently built up on racism and xenophobia and ethno-supremacy inherently. That's why I consistently say you can't, like, the conflations of Judaism and Zionism are always incredibly fucking dangerous. Something that Fuentes does very, very often. To say that a ethno-supremacist ideology is the same as a religious and cultural affiliation is extremely fucking dangerous and is also just non-fucking sensical. Chuck is only averaging 27% favorability. Yep.
That's just a load of crap. You can take your resolution and shove it up your ass. No one cares. And the same is true on the Trump administration. What are they doing? The Trump administration has deported 300,000 illegal immigrants to date. There's nothing massive about that. 10 million came here in 4 years. They deported 300,000 in a year. The Trump administration extended the corporate tax cut. No tax cut for the middle class, no infrastructure bill, no job.
Was there even 10 million migrants that were that even came in during that amount of time? I mean, we know how many have been given TPS status, right? It's about 1.2 million. We know why there's been quite a few of them that came in from fucking Venezuela. Again, the coup attempt, a lot of, like, general, like, destabilizations in the area. But I think a lot of people also came in because of COVID. They wanted to leave their unstable countries to go to a more stable one. I mean, it's one of those situations where it's just like, it's very, very, very fucking easy to just basically, if you give some form of base material conditions to all people around the world, you know, the concept of a rising tide raises all ships. If instead of just constantly fucking with people and making the economy much, much worse in a lot of their countries, you know, a lot of other people, you know, Central and South American countries, African countries and stuff like that as byproducts of colonialism and exploitation of their resources and, well, shit like that, basically. You could make it such that a lot of these people would not have to go to the more stable first world Western countries so they can just try to make a living for themselves. It's pretty fucking simple. Is it true, Boy Meets Smitty, that about, there was 10 million migrants that came in over the past 4 years? I'm a little doubtful on that one. That I'm not 100% certain on because, again, for like the first half of the Biden administration, COVID was still going on and there was restrictions to travel. So wasn't it closer to 1.2 million? Well, that's the amount that were let in via TPS, right? That were allowed to come into the country. I don't think, like 10 million, I'm just like, I don't think it was 10 million. Considering the fact that for the first half of the Biden administration, there was fucking COVID. So 10 million? That's a little strange. So, yeah, personally, I don't like, because this is like the basis of the like stupid open borders fucking goddamn policy. It's just fucking nonsensical. It's just like, what? Half of the fucking administration that Biden had, there was a global fucking pandemic. There was a disease ravaging the planet. So it's just like, well, that's a little strange. Like, there would have been a ton of travel restrictions. So, did 10 million migrants even come in? Personally, I don't really think so. I do think it is more than likely this number that have been administered in here by TPS, about 1.2 million. I don't think it was 10 million. And there is, again, I don't know how many times this has to be said, there is just no open borders policy. This is stupid. Most of the policies that Trump put in for immigration, Joe Biden kept in place. Like, that's just a fact.
Jobs, nothing. 50,000 jobs down in October. They won't even release the data. But they're...
Well, that's partially because of the government shutdown, but also because Trump might be cooking the books there because he's rather upset about the results that are going on with the jobs numbers.
Subsidizing AI and eradicating regulations for AI and cutting the corporate taxes, and they're giving contracts to little tech, all their Silicon Valley donors. Policing anti-Semitism. And again, from both sides, you're getting a lot of talk. You're getting Stephen Miller LARPing his Goebbels, talking about hippie boomers and, you are nothing. We don't like the third world. And on the left, you've got Chuck Schumer bitching about white supremacy and anti-Semitism. They get nothing done for anybody. Neither the left nor the right wins. The populists on both sides get nothing. The people are not being helped in any way. And yet, the one thing they are able to come together and work on is furnishing Israel with missiles, condemning anti-Semitism, funding Holocaust museums.
I wonder why you're mentioning fucking Holocaust museums there, Nick. Well, that's a little interesting. Why are you hyper fixating on the funding of Holocaust museums there specifically? Well, that's a little interesting. And yeah, I did mean all other immigration. So Pew says 11 million since 2020. Thank you, Boy Meets Mini. So, that's a little interesting. Why would you have a problem with educational facilities to teach people about the fucking Holocaust, unless you think it's like a weird virtue signal from the left? It turns out like Holocaust education is getting significantly worse and worse and worse. Now, I attribute a lot of that to fucking Israel because of the conflation that they do between Zionism and Judaism consistently, but again, you gotta fucking sneak in the anti-Semitism, a fucking Jew hate, at all fucking times, wherever you can. That's again, little fucking interesting there that he has a specific problem with that.
Endless stuff like that. So this is where we need to realign the politics. I'm sorry, but I don't see myself as aligned, actually, with these guys on the right that are obsessed with Israel. And I think that a lot of the populists on the left don't see themselves as aligned with the pro-Israel people in the Democratic Party. But we're supposed...
Again, it should be fairly obvious what the issue here is. It's about corporate control. By the way, he has never mentioned about any of the corporate capture. He's talked about Silicon Valley and the oligarchs. It's, not the oligarchs, but mostly specifically big tech and Silicon Valley. There's a lot of other interests that are currently at play. Again, pharmaceutical industry, of course, the military-industrial complex. He hasn't mentioned any of that. And we all know why there's a lot of interests with Israel is specifically because the military-industrial complex very often using Israel as a proxy in order to test a bunch of different military technology on Palestinians, to be more specific, and also to get a bunch of security data, tons of intelligence and data from Israel as well within that fucking region. That is a very, very close partnership right there between the United States and, of course, Israel. And it's a little bit more multifaceted than them feeling bad about fucking Jewish people suffering under the Holocaust. Like, that was part of the reason, but no. It's more so about a lot of military interests within the fucking region, and part of it is also because of resources as well. Like, again, Israel is essentially a fucking beachhead for further U.S. operations within the region. That's the point of it. Like, that's the entirety of it right there. It's basically an excuse for the United States to be able to project power within the region. Like, I mean, even Joe Biden himself said this in a speech, like, I think it was like during the 80s on the floor of the House. It's like, if an Israel didn't exist before, we would have spent about $30 billion to just make up a fucking Israel. We would have fucking done it. And for what exact purpose is that for? Again, about projection of power and the sort of maintenance of hegemony within that region. That's purely it.
Supposed to all fight each other on their behalf. Stephen Miller is supposed to send me out to fight for this Trump administration that does nothing. And Chuck Schumer and their crowd, Alex Soros, and they're supposed to send their people out to fight us while doing nothing.
I don't think that's exactly how that works, right? Like what he's talking about there is like people going around and fucking distracting people, but the left never, like, that doesn't really happen, right? Like, that happens with like a bunch of fucking liberals, yeah, but most people who are a part of the left, especially online, aren't really liberals. I would say more of them tend to be fucking leftists. There's some big liberal accounts that are like democratic shills, quote unquote, but even the quote-unquote democratic shills like Pod Save America or like Tim Miller of the Bulwark podcast, they shit on the Democrats all the fucking time. They hate what the Democrats are doing. So it's not as simple as like Chuck Schumer has like an army of like social media minions to push out as much sort of like a pro-democratic propaganda. Even like those guys who do push out as much pro-democrat propaganda, like maybe you're like Dean Withers of the world or Harry Sisson of the world, they do that a bit more, but even they criticize and shit on the fucking democratic leadership. Like, nobody likes the democratic leadership. Even the more liberal, like, demo shills people also don't really like the Democrats all that much. I don't think that's really the case. There are just a ton of Trump shills within the Republican Party because they're all a bunch of submissive losers who just want to just stay close to power. That's all that it is. It's fucking nonsensical. But again, like, Nick Fuentes is just doing this as another way to present his grand bargain, I would say, to appeal to people who are more left-leaning, like Strasserite types, to build a bigger coalition to fundamentally challenge the Republican Party, to subvert it because of how weak the MAGA coalition is. Do not fucking fall for this. It is a canard. All of the shit that he espouses, that he supposedly fucking believes, it's nonsense. It's nonsensical. He doesn't actually believe in any of this bullshit. It's stupid. You don't fucking listen to any of this, and you inherently fucking reject it from the beginning, because a lot of the stuff that he's saying is based off of, well, the half-truths and lies. And because he just wants this for one simple reason, and one simple reason only. He just wants to claim as much power for himself in order to further consolidate power of the entirety of the sort of American burgeoning populist right-wing movement under himself, so then he can be the main figurehead in order to get power for himself. That's purely what it is for Nick Fuentes. And also, like, social media prominence and more money for himself. Duh. I mean, there's an element to grift of all of this as well. So, again, when a Nazi like Nick Fuentes does the whole fucking populist shtick, don't forget your fucking history. Every fucking fascist has pretended to be this sort of, I don't know, quote-unquote principled populist who wants to have a bunch of popular policy be implemented in order to help benefit the vast majority of people within the country. Don't fucking buy it. It's all a canard. He's just doing this to try to appeal to left-leaning people, to get more people on his side in order to gain more power and prominence for himself. Don't believe anything that this motherfucker has to say. Like, I mean, he literally said a bunch of shit that there was a bunch of open border policies being done by the Biden administration. It's fucking nonsensical. A bunch of the Trump anti-immigration policies were still kept in place even after fucking COVID was over. Title 42 and whatnot. So again, it's nonsense. It's complete bullshit. And anything that this motherfucker tries to present as a bargain to basically say, well, I'm willing to work with the left on these things, should be inherently rejected. Because again, he's still a fucking far-right neo-Nazi even after all this time. And he's just doing this to claim power for himself. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. What the hell is going on here? In YouTube chat? I agree with everything Boy Meets Mini is saying. Isn't there a large faction of ultra-Orthodox Jews that exists within, within Israel? I know there's a large faction of them within the Knesset, and they're not happy with Benjamin Netanyahu, for the fact that he's not doing more to challenge the, judiciary system, if I recall correctly, right? Yeah, and ultra-Orthodox Jews can't wage war, but obviously Benjamin Netanyahu wants to wage war so he can keep his war council going for as long as possible because of those corruption charges that are swirling around him. Well, I'm just going to assume anything that Sneaky Ninja says is just wrong, period, end of story. And yes, Zionism is terrorism. They can constantly bomb people, civilian centers, and also journalistic outlets for political purposes. That is terrorism by definition. The Israeli state is a rogue terror state. I don't really give a shit about that. Like, that's just a fact. That is true. What is it? Was one of them called the Stern Brigade or some shit? No, I think that's something else. Not Stern. I forget the names of, like, one of the big ones. Overzealots has talked about it before. But I don't remember the name of it. But the dudes are, like, a bunch of fucking psychopaths. Like, it's like, wow, these guys are fucking crazy. It's like, these guys are kind of crazy. Irgun. It was Irgun. That was the one I was thinking of. Irgun. I don't know about Haganah. But there was one that started with an S. Zionist Brigades 1948. The Haganah. I was right. The Leahy, the Stern Gang. That's what it is. Leahy. It was, I was almost correct there when I was thinking of the term Stern. Yeah, the Stern Gang is what they're called. The Leahy. Those guys are fucking psychos. So what's it saying? It's like, I know there's like a German word in there for some reason. Sterngang. Why does Boy Meets Mini hate you? Because you keep espousing a bunch of bullshit. I also don't like you very much either, I'll be quite honest, because you keep espousing a bunch of fucking bullshit. I think... I just think you're a bit of a dumbass sometimes. But that's okay. And you keep doing shit like, I've epically debunked your fucking reality. Whoa, look at me. Even though you've, like, not done that whatsoever. No, it's YouTube chat. We got a Zionist in YouTube chat. But what's up, Happy Goat? Yeah, I do hate Boy Meets Mini. No, everything that you've been saying is very, very much so incorrect, historically speaking. Yeah, a lot of the shit you were saying is incorrect. Boy Meets Mini and I have proven and said why it is incorrect. And you're just like, no, you're just upset about the fact that I keep epically debunking your fucking woke reality. And it's just like, okay, dude. Whatever, man. It's alright. Yeah, I mean, if you just want to keep spreading a bunch of Hasbra, that's your fucking prerogative, buddy. But I'm just gonna make fun of you for saying a bunch of fucking Hasbra. So that's not my problem. I'm just gonna keep making fun of you. You know, I did watch this video before, but I don't remember exactly what it was about. I'm not a Zionist. Yeah, you keep saying all the Zionist talking points, but you're not a Zionist. Sure, Jan. Totally. I'm not a Zionist. Support Zionism. There's a contradiction here somewhere. Says he doesn't like Israel, but like verbatim repeats all of the Israeli fucking propagandistic talking points. Something's not adding up here. That's a little weird. Yeah, bidets and leaving your shoes by the door. That's true. You should leave your shoes by the door. That's true. That is a fact. A thing that you should always do. Yeah. That's basically, I think, the person that we're dealing with. Happy Goat. Like, unironically. You've hit the nail on the head. I basically said that Zionism is Jews having their own place to live. He just doesn't get it, man. Yeah, and what that exactly fucking entails. Oh, ethnically cleansing the fucking Palestinians. Oh, which you support. Lol, that's what I said. Yeah. Which is exactly what the Zionist wants. Oh. So you support Zionism, and you are a Zionist. Oh. Yeah, you want to keep sitting there saying, like, I'm not a fucking Zionist, and then you constantly bitch moan and complain about why do you not like me? Why do you keep saying that why do you keep saying that I don't live in reality? Because you keep saying constant fucking contradictory statements. So, yeah, the Germans just wanted their own place to live. The Russians just want their own place to live. Happy Goat. Think about it. That's why they invaded Ukraine. Yeah, that's true. That is true, Boy Meets Mini. The sneaky ninja did say earlier that he doesn't like rabbis, so... Okay, bro. Man, I needed someone with a head on their shoulders tonight. That's true, Happy Go, true. Anywho, well, let's get started with this bullshit. Now, it's clearly still us, Boy Meets Mini. Clearly, we're the anti-Semites. Because we had our woke reality epically debunked.
We had our woke reality being epically debunked by this based Giga Chad crusader on the right. Yeah, in YouTube chat. Yeah.
Anywho, enough getting distracted. What do we have here? Trump trolling. Oh boy, our favorite kind of trolling. We love when Trump makes like the random fucking AI videos of like him in a fighter jet without the actual mask being properly put on, dumping a bunch of shit on American citizens, and specifically Harry Sisson, which was really fucking weird. We all know with like the trolling that the right wing does, they're not very good at it because there's not actually like a joke behind the fucking trolling. What they do consistently, and they say that it's me epically trolling these people. The epic fucking memester that the Trump administration thinks that they are in their mind, and they're just like, oh yeah, you know what, dude, this thing that we keep clearly saying, you know, that we want to like kill a bunch of our political opponents. No, that's just us like epically fucking trolling you, dude. We're not actually being serious when we say all those things. And then like something happens to like inconvenience them, and then they have like a complete fucking schizo crash out about it. It's stupid. It's nonsensical. Trolling to them is like a way to not very subtly try to hide their fucking political beliefs. Yeah, not try to really fucking hide their fucking political beliefs, because they don't really give much of a shit about that. In reality, we know what the fucking conservatives want. They just want to consolidate all power under themselves and just go on a fucking revenge tour and like try to murder everyone who they perceive as their political opponents. So that being, I guess, Democrats, liberals, generally speaking, and also minorities, and just make their beautiful white ethno-state that they've always wanted. Anywho, what do we have to say here from Idups? Is Trump's trolling secretly based, or him just saying what exactly what he wants to do? I think it's the latter rather than the former.
We can all relax and be at ease, and we're gonna have a little fun. Have nothing else to do, so let's have a little fun, right? And we're gonna have a little fun. And we're gonna have a little fun. Have to have a little fun.
So this is also a concept, broadly speaking, that I've also, I think it was Pod Save America that brought in a bunch of other, like, you know, liberal pundits, and like Hassan, I think, was also there as well. And basically, I think it was Jessica Tarlov from Fox News who does the Five. I mean, I have to say that she is a fucking trooper for that shit. And she talks about how the right wing is having fun, and that liberals are seen as like super scoldy and like woke and cancelable, which is really, really fucking stupid. But she's not exactly 100% wrong, which is part of the reason for as to why Trump won in 2024. It's because of the fact that a lot of liberals, not liberals, but like a lot of like people just didn't like the vibe of the Democratic Party. That's really, really fucking just about it, right? They really did not like the vibe of the Democratic Party. Yeah. You know, you say anything about like Charlie Kirk, and then all of a sudden the pitchforks come out and they just want to like super hyper murder you or some shit. It's nonsensical. It's fucking stupid. Even though like that is like significantly calmed down at this point, like they don't give a shit about it, because again, like the purpose of this trolling is them trying to not very subtly hide what they actually fucking believe in, and that is they want to basically kill everyone who they perceive to be their political opponents. But they look like they're having fun with it, even though it's like, honestly, for like lack of a better term, some of the like lowest IQ, stupid, dumbass shit on the fucking planet. And it's just like, okay, bro, like, man, you guys are fucking stupid, but whatever. Here's some more like AI memes of the, I don't know, God Emperor Trump being like the king. Even though, like, I think it was just recently Laura Loomer had a tweet saying that she wanted a fucking king, that she wanted a fucking monarchy. It's like, I mean, Laura, if you want a fucking monarchy so badly, you can just leave the United States of America and go be a citizen of Saudi Arabia. I bet they would love to have you there.
Don't you? And sort of have a little fun.
The President of the United States likes to have a little bit of fun when he's doing it.
The president likes to have a little fun every now and then. He likes to share memes. He likes to share videos.
I think we're just gonna kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. I don't think there's anything gonna get me in heaven.
Very, very fun, by the way. Yeah, doing, and this is, I believe the main crux of the argument iDubbbz makes is like, we're having a little bit of fun, and we're gonna have so much fun. Meanwhile, a bunch of illegal fucking bombings keep happening in international waters on fishing boats.
Okay, I think I'm not maybe heaven bound.
This is not a dog shocking section. Do not make any claims that this is a dog shocking section. This is a dog shocking sectional. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another episode of Are We Having a Little Fun or Are We Killing Civilians? Maybe it's both. Maybe we're having a little fun killing civilians.
Now there are no boats. I wonder why. I mean, to be honest, if I were a fisherman, I wouldn't want to go fishing.
A lot has happened since the last video I made about political trolling. In fact, in that video, Ted Cruz says that Trump is most likely trolling when it comes to making Canada a 51st state.
I think the president is basically trolling Canada. It was an epic troll.
But it turns out if you
God, I fucking hate all the stuff when these people claim that they're fucking trolling about all this stuff. It's like, no, they're not actually trolling. They're being serious when they say that, oh, this is all like a joke or whatever. It's just like, no, it's not. You people are being fucking serious. We're not delusional. We're not stupid like you people. Like, get the fuck out of here with this bullshit.
Just ask the press secretary in the form of a hot or cold game, you can get a straight answer.
I was wondering if you'd indulge me in a quick round of Trump trolling or Trump truthing. Greenland joining America.
Definitely Trump truthing.
Being a 51st state.
Trump truthing all the way.
Is this the new meta for asking questions in the White House? We have to reframe things so that it doesn't seem like you're asking the hard questions. You're only fucking...
Yes, because unfortunately, if you ask the hard questions, you're going to get fucking kicked out of the White House press pool. Because in reality, if you actually do ask some of the hard questions of the Trump administration, and they actually are forced to have to, I don't know, think for like 3 seconds, and take some form of accountability for any of their actions, because most of the stuff that they're doing is illegal, then, you can't be having any of that shit. No, you can't whatsoever. Can't be having accountability for anything because this is a criminal fucking illegal administration that just wants to make everybody fucking suffer. Yeah, it's gonna try to take your paperwork. Yeah, exactly.
Slide back in my chair. So, in regards to your conversation with Netanyahu, was it pretty dang awesome or so bad you want to sock him?
Trump truthing all the way.
The main purpose in making this video is I just want to, again, highlight the incompatibilities of having serious public policy discussions with epic trolling and how they are not compatible. And with all the trolling and the memes and the obscuring the truth, it's becoming really hard for us to keep these politicians accountable. I want them to be suffering. I don't want them to be having a little bit of fun.
Well, 1000% there. But, it's part of the point, right? Like... throw as much shit on the wall to distract mainstream media and people who could hold them to accountable. It's all the flood the zone strategy from Steve Bannon. Just say as much random bullshit as possible to basically distract people, cause as much chaos as possible to do the actual fucking agenda, and that is, well, tax cuts for the fucking rich. That's the actual agenda for this administration. It's all a fucking grift. It's a racket. It's obviously all the, like, abhorrent, terrible shit's also happening via executive order because he's not going to get any of that passed through the chambers of fucking Congress. It's not fucking happening. Because if he could do all the, like, blatantly unconstitutional shit, it would get challenged by the courts and more than likely smacked down. And then there'd have to be a whole fucking McGee rigmarole with the Supreme Court. That would also have to happen, and more than likely it's not going to go through. Most of these don't even end up to the Supreme Court from the beginning. So there's that as well, unless he tries to, I don't know, muscle all this through shadow docket fucking style, but then it gets immediately reversed by the next administration that comes in. It's a bunch of fucking hooey. It's all like performative cruelty for these people to distract from the real goals, and that is to funnel more taxpayer money from the poor to the rich, because that's all they really care about in reality.
Likes to have a little fun every now and then. He likes to share memes. He likes to share videos.
I'm a little bit torn with this first thing I want to talk about, and that is changing the name of the Department of Defense to the Department of War.
It's time to win again. The president announcing a proposed name change. Woke is being replaced by war.
I want to give...
we've talked about why it's probably not a really good thing for the Department of Defense to be called the Department of fucking War. Yeah, first off, very fucking soy, but second off, like, you're supposed to be subtle about it, like, because if you hem it on, people around the world are going to look at you and be like, oh god, like, you just want to be like aggressive against like literally everyone. God, that's fucking awful, man. You people are fucking terrible. Like, why would we want to fucking work with you? Because you're just gonna like drag all of the people that you have allied with you like into a bunch of like various frivolous like stupid wars. Yeah, because it turns out people don't really like baby murder. They don't like people like children getting turned into mulch and all this stuff. So that's why you don't really want to be like too on the nose and too heavy-handed with the, I guess, metaphors that we're going with here. Because turns out a lot of people don't actually like just, I don't know, randomly just murdering people out of nowhere.
The Trump administration a bunch of flack for being fiscally irresponsible, but I can't help but think that this is the perfect representation of the trans plight. I honestly don't think anyone says it better than Trump.
The Secretary Hicks has beautifully described the name change. It reflects far more than the shift in branding. It's really a historic reassertion of our purpose and our identity and our pride. That's when we go with the word war.
But beyond...
Why the fuck would, like, what does that matter? Like, you don't want your identity and purpose to be a fucking warmonger. Nobody fucking
Warcraft this, canning the drywall that, microwaving mice is wrong, they say.
Unironically, that fucking Maxor meme from the Metal Gear Revengeance video, I think perfectly encapsulated. It's like, war is just who we are. We just want to fucking randomly kill people for no reason. It's like, that's... People don't like that very much. I don't know. People don't like it when you just, like, go around and gallivant about just, like, randomly drone striking the fuck out of people. Like, no. No, people don't actually like that very much.
Beyond that, they now have to come up with the reasoning as to why they did a name change. The reasoning is, I'm going to be honest, it is pathetic.
So we won the First World War. We won the Second World War.
This country won every major war after that, to include World War I and World War II. We haven't won a major war since.
We won.
You guys lost in Vietnam. What? The Korean War is still technically going on. The U.S. was involved in that war, and they didn't technically win that. So, I guess the only one you could technically say was the first Gulf War? Because they didn't win the second Gulf War. The Americans pulled out, and nothing really changed there all that much, besides, I don't know, the deaths of millions of Iraqis. And the Afghanistan War, which he basically had a hand in creating the botched pullout of, that was also a loss. The ANA did not last very long against the Taliban. So, no? I don't think you guys have won a lot of major fucking wars. It's really, really fucking stupid. I think he's saying we lost them because it was called the Department of Defense. Honestly, Happy Goat, it's one of those things where it's incredibly fucking stupid and childish that it's probably correct because it is this administration.
We won World War I. We won World War II. We won the World War I, World War II.
We won World War I, World War II.
We won the First World War. We won the Second World War. And then we decided to change the name.
Yeah, we totally won those wars because of our name. Couldn't be the allies that we had. Couldn't possibly be the firepower we had. Couldn't possibly be the millions of Americans that gave their lives to fight for the country. Couldn't possibly be any of those extremely realistic reasons. It's got to be the name. I hate to break it to these guys, but Dark Woke can use the exact same brain-dead logic. Look at how many people have died under the name Department of Defense.
That's a really... Man, that's such a good fucking point. Yeah. Well, look at, like, not even, like, 200,000 people that died under the Department of Defense. It seems like the Department of Defense is actually really good at war fighting, but all the millions of people that died during these other times when it was called the Department of War, that's kind of icky and stinky.
Look at all the people who died while it was Department of War. I vote Department of Defense. I don't want that many people dying. Now let's talk about the drug boats. They are saying that there are drug boats off the coast of Venezuela and Mexico, and they are sort of, I don't know, by my estimation, indiscriminately bombing boats.
Tell us about this Venezuelan boat that was taken out, and do you plan to provide proof that these were narco-terrorists who were on their way to the U.S.?
Well, we have proof. All you have to do is look at the cargo that was, like, it's spattered all over the ocean. Big bag.
Oh, so none. Because the standard policy for if you want to apprehend boats is you hail the boat and you board the boat to inspect the cargo of the boat. And what Trump is doing, and I've said this before, is pretty much just bomb first and then ask questions later. No, the exact opposite is supposed to be done. You ask questions first and then you don't do any bombing. At least that's what it's supposed to be, but unfortunately for Trump, that's kind of woke, kind of cringe, very Department of Defense coded. We're currently the Department of War, so we're just gonna randomly bomb the shit out of a bunch of fishing boats. I believe the death count is at 83. It's probably gone further and further, up in terms of the amount of people that have been killed, more and more so at this point. And I think at this point we can pretty much just operate under the assumption that it is now just a way for Trump to act as provocatiously as possible to try to get people to the negotiating table. Because I think Nicolas Maduro has now said he is willing to talk with the Trump administration. And that's pretty much just how this fucking dumbass operates. I don't know, try to bully and push people around to just get essentially what he wants. Which doesn't really work with China, for example. China said, no, fuck you, stood up to him, and he didn't get anything that he fucking wanted in terms of a lot of his trade and tariff policy with China, for example. Complete MAGA defeat in terms of how to deal with China. But if it's a bunch of smaller countries with not as well-equipped and well-trained fucking militaries in comparison to the United States of America, well, we can just, I don't know, just bully a bunch of people because fuck it, we can, who cares? If it's illegal, man, who gives a shit? We're the United States of America. What are they gonna do, arrest me? It's technically speaking, they should. This motherfucker should be thrown into the fucking Hague and allowed to rot in there for the rest of his life. But is that gonna happen? Probably not.
Bags of cocaine and fentanyl all over the place.
Oh, thank you so much for saying that the proof is a 480p video of...
Yeah, and also, the fentanyl that's in the bottom of the ocean. It's how are you going to get the evidence of the drugs if it's in the bottom of the ocean and you can't, assess the drugs that are... It's just nonsensical. He just wants to bomb a bunch of boats in international waters.
What could be a bag of cocaine or could be someone's exploded head.
It was. Plus, we have recorded evidence that they were leaving. We've recorded them. It's very careful because we know you people would be after us. We're very careful.
Even that phrasing, we know you people would be after us. Yeah, it's the fucking media. You're not allowed to indiscriminately bomb boats and say, we had a good feeling. We had a really good feeling that there were drugs on it.
And General Kane showed me a little while ago the clip, but you can actually see it. But you don't have to see it because we have recorded proof and evidence.
I wonder if you could actually see.
You know, if they had that recorded proof and evidence, you could release that to the media and then assuage those beliefs. But he's never released any of the recorded information of any of the proof. I wonder why that might be the case.
Or if he's saying that you could see it like you could see MS-13 spelled out on that guy's knuckles that he was deporting.
He had MS as clear as you can be, not interpreted.
I'd be willing to bet that this guy saw the same fucking video that we saw of a ship getting blown to smithereens, and then the bloodthirsty general came over and was like, you see all this white stuff in the water? That's all drugs there. Drugs and illegal criminal bones. I think the most telling part about this question is when Trump decides...
It's an incredibly childish interpretation, but again, we're dealing with Trump here, who is incredibly fucking childish.
To ad-lib about the boats and how there were so many boats out there before and now there are no boats.
But we have noticed that there are no ships in the ocean anymore. We're seeing that there's no ships, when the first one we went, there were hundreds of boats. Now there are no boats.
I wonder why there might not be a fisherman going out to fucking fish off of the coast of Venezuela and headed to fucking Turks and Caicos in order to sell a bunch of fish to people. I wonder why there might not be any fucking boats on the water anymore, Trump. Maybe because they now know that there's a fucking brain-addled schizophrenic maniac with the control of drones and one of the largest aircraft carriers, or actually the largest aircraft carrier on the planet, running around just randomly, indiscriminately bombing the fuck out of them. Oh, I wonder why there's not a bunch of fishermen going out to fish. Who'd have thought?
Wonder why. Meaning, no drugs are coming across. Probably stopping some fishermen too. I mean, to be honest, if I was
Also, think about it this way: they're operating in speedboats. They would have to travel thousands upon thousands of miles to go distribute drugs within the United States. It's just, in every aspect, this shit is nonsensical. It's fucking stupid.
fishermen, I wouldn't want to go fishing. Just a nice, let's take a little trip, because I'd say, man, maybe they think I have drugs downstairs. I don't want that.
Like, he's admitting in this moment that everyone thinks that people bomb them, whether you have drugs or don't have drugs, whether you're doing something illegal or not illegal. People are still afraid that they will be bombed. And he admits it right here by saying, if I was wanting to take a quick little boat ride, I wouldn't be doing that. Shouldn't they have nothing to worry about? I feel like long gone are the days when our fascist leaders would say, hey, if you haven't done anything illegal, you should have nothing to worry about.
If you didn't do anything wrong or illegal, there's nothing to worry about.
Okay, well, I guess we're doing that too. We're doing both. We're saying you should have nothing to worry about, but we're also saying you have everything to worry about. We'll kill you, or maybe we won't. Maybe we aren't.
I mean, this is just, I mean, iDubbbz is not being specific about it, but it's pretty much the contradictions of fascism all the fucking time, right? Because fundamentally speaking, all they really care about is just maintaining fucking control under themselves. Like, it's fairly clear what Trump and his sycophants want. They want him to be the king on top that allows them to just do whatever the fuck they want, despite the fact that everyone just doesn't want any of that shit. Well, except for the cult and the fucking sycophants, but that's a completely different story.
I'm gonna kill you. I don't know, see what happens. Go out in your fishing boat. Maybe you pull in too many fish. Maybe
also, it's like the sort of mafioso attitude of Trump as well. Very, very mafioso. Like, hey, listen, we're not gonna say for you to just do the fishing or anything, but we're just saying that it would be a darn shame if your fucking boat just got randomly vaporized because we thought you had drugs on there. It's like, we don't have drugs on there. Ah, too bad, we think you have drugs, and then they just vaporize you anyways.
You pull in a fish that's too small, and maybe lights out.
If you didn't do anything wrong or illegal, there's nothing to worry about.
In the past, bringing drugs across the border means you're going to be tried, you're going to be potentially found guilty and imprisoned or deported or whatever. In this case, they don't want to deal with any of that icky human rights bullshit. They want to emphasize they're not human. You know, if they're bringing drugs across the border, don't think of it as drugs. Think of it as poison, and then you won't ask as many questions when we turn them to dust.
That our young people stop dying of this terrible poison.
Organized cartels that are pumping poison, killer poison.
For illegal, poisonous, deadly...
Again, they say all this shit because iDubbbz is exactly correct here. They want to inherently dehumanize these people, so then in the back of the minds of mostly the idiots there, it's like, oh yeah, obviously we had to fucking bomb the fuck out of them, illegally of course, because they were definitely carrying drugs. I listened to everything that I don't know, the stupid monitor thing from 1984 constantly fucking says. It's like, yeah, we're totally, yeah. And all these motherfuckers will talk about, I don't know, what Joe Biden did was 1984, fucking Animal Farm, George Orwell, blah, blah, blah type shit. And despite the fact that, in terms of, all the news speak with the Trump administration constantly fucking engaging in, it's just like, okay, dude. Nice fucking meme. It's like they're the ones that constantly fucking do that shit. It's like it's you people that 1984 was specifically talking about when it was talking about the further concentration of power under, well, a very specific minority of people, and that being, of course, well, a lot of fucking corporations and the rich people. Because eventually it's always going to be a clamp down on what people think in terms of, and also the civil liberties, for the express purpose of just wanting to consolidate more and more power under themselves. And eventually, all this legality, all this fucking bullshit, we don't have time for any of that shit. Fuck that, who cares? We're the ones in charge and no one's gonna do anything about it, so we're just gonna do whatever the fuck we want. That's all that it is with these people. They are just wanting to use this as a excuse for an expression of power. That's it.
Fentanyl. Thousands of Americans that could have been killed by that deadly poison, and we're not going to allow that deadly poison to come into our country.
Deadly poison, deadly poison, deadly poison. Damn, there's so many variations on the poison. There's the deadly poison.
Deadly poison.
There's the terrible poison.
Terrible poison.
And then there's the killer poison.
Killer poison.
Dude, we gotta kill people who are moving these drugs. Parentheses, homicide poison. We gotta stop the serial killer poison. We have to nuke these boats off the coast because they're delivering genocide poison into our country. You guys don't want genocide poison in our country, aka drugs. Never mind that our hospitals are distributing and getting people addicted to genocide poison.
They poison the American people.
If you try to poison our people, we will blow you out of existence.
They're not bringing over drugs. They're bringing over...
I don't know how many times, again, like, same point needs to be reiterated here over and over and over again. Zero evidence that any of these boats had fucking drugs on them. They just vaporized them for no reason. And they just said, like, there's drugs, there's poison on there, so therefore don't question about the reasoning for as to why we're vaporizing these boats. That's literally it.
For something much worse in the form of deadly poison. That's why we killed them all. Now I want to talk to you guys about a new epic sauce troller-in-chief that just showed up on the scene. That's right, Gavin Newsom.
Gavin Newsom's salty online trolling. Tell us about it.
So Gavin Newsom's trolling has broken through.
Thank goodness Gavin Newsom's trolling has finally broken through. That's what we've been needing, is more trolling.
Gavin Newsom was trolling me. He painted me as a little yellow minion with big glasses and overalls. He painted me like a minion. He painted me yellow with big glasses and overalls.
I will say a lot of the Democratic trolling falls a little flat because it seems like a lot of them don't believe in it. And I can't blame them. Like, how are you going to force them to be like, yeah, act like an idiot. Act like a fucking monkey scooping its shit out of its ass and eating it. Can you do that?
Democratic politicians are some of the least humorous people on the planet. They've always been so easy. When I was Republican, it was always too easy. You're like, seriously, bring me somebody that's like tough to fight.
Well, I mean, like that's the thing. This is a good point. Again, I go back to that fucking panel discussion that I watched on, like, Pod Save America. Like, the reason why Democrats lost a lot of prominence is because they're... I don't fucking know. Like, they don't have the vibe. They're not very fun or fucking interesting, which is a fact. Yeah, they're not very fun or interesting at all whatsoever because... we're talking about a bunch of, like, loser, dipshit-ass fucking technocrats who just want to, like, sit on their asses, barely make any changes around the edges, and just be like, hey, you know, we did good enough, guys. We're gonna move on here. Nothing to see here, and just keep maintaining the fucking status quo. A lot of those people are not interesting, right? At the very least, with the Republicans, I don't know, being unironically just monkeys flunking a bunch of shit everywhere, it looks like they're having fun, and people get, like, enamored with that sort of vibe, which is why people, generally speaking, like, vote for them. Because, again, like, Gavin Newsom's trolling, albeit the only reason why I think the trolling is okay, even though it's not really trolling whatsoever, it's just basically getting down in the mud with Republicans, right? And the Democrats wholeheartedly have refused to get down in the mud with the Republicans because of, again, Michelle Obama doing the whole shtick of, oh, if they take the low road, we take the high road. It's like, okay, I understand the sentiments behind that, but if your opponent just keeps cheating and doesn't give a fuck at all about the fucking rules and just keeps getting more and more power and benefiting it more and more so, eventually, the fact that your opponent takes the low road consistently, you should just, like, fucking kick them in the balls and not adhere to any of the rules. Because it's just like, well, there's all these rules and stipulations that we keep following, but our opponents aren't following and are benefiting way, 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 way more fucking significantly from it instead of us. Fuck it. Why the fuck should we care about any of that stuff? Let's just start kicking them in the balls. Like, fuck that shit. They keep taking the low road. We should just punish them for that. And start fucking with the rules in our own ways as well. Because, who cares? Like, shit's already been broken. Why should we play on the same level? Our opponent will never play on the same level. Fuck that shit. And that's why people do not like the fucking Democrats. Because they don't have gusto. They don't have the vibe. They don't have any energy. They're just, like, boring, loser-ass fucking technocrats. And nobody fucking likes them as a result. That's literally it.
No humor.
Shut the fuck up, Morning Joe. To suggest that debating public policy and debating issues is at all comparable to making jokes at other people's expense. We're not doing
That's
jokes.
very stupid.
Yes, it's very easy to win at a game that no one else is playing. These Democrats were so easy when I was a Republican. I would call them gay. I'd say, you got something on your shirt, buddy. So easy. They were yapping about some shit about Social Security benefits going away. It's whatever. They were losing on the you got something on your shirt front. Democrats, they're so soft. Whenever I feel like Gavin Newsom doing his own trolling is lame as the rest of it, my hope is renewed because I will see a clip of Ben Shapiro being like, this isn't funny. This actually sucks.
After their bankruptcy and closure of every store, like most Americans, we thought Bed Bath & Beyond no longer existed. We wish them well in their efforts to become relevant again as they tried to open a second store. Just ridiculous. I mean, I'm sorry, just ridiculous. You were one of the factors leading to them having to close stores, and now you're celebrating that they're not opening stores in...
Dude, it's so fucking goofy and silly to me consistently because, like, again, like, Gavin Newsom was doing his own, like, quote-unquote trolling, and all of these people just had such a fucking problem with it. Because, again, for a lot of Republicans, it's all sort of like, it's okay if I do it, but if you decide to also do the same thing, actually now we have a problem with that. It's like the fucking, it's like the NPC meme, unironically, where it's just like, I like it when the president does all the trolling stuff, and then the normal dude asks, like, well, what if the other people decide to do it back? And then the NPC just gets basically mad. It's like, well, you can't do that. It's just like, well, why not? It's like, it's so fucking stupid, man. Like, because it's like, it's the same concept that I keep reiterating over and over and over again with these people. It's about maintenance of hierarchy and control. That's all they fundamentally fucking care about. Like, they just want to be, like, miserable wretches and pieces of shit on the fucking timeline, and with other people who they perceive to be lesser and inferior to them, and you just have to sit there and fucking take it. And they don't like it when people just do not sit there and fucking take it. That's really about it.
California. What the fuck, Ben? Gavin's just trolling. What are you talking about? Why are you bitching and moaning? If Trump did this shit, you'd be eating it up. You'd be deep-throating it. Come on, Ben Shapiro.
We live in both the dumbest and the funniest timeline. I gotta say, this is all of our life now. This is the business we have chosen. He said that he's praying for Trump to die, which is a hell of a day.
The big cheeseburger in the sky to come and rid us of this problem.
Literally praying for the death of the president. So that's solid stuff there on the Dean Obadiah show. But if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? MIGA. Yeah.
Oh, Ben Shapiro loved this shit because, again, biggest fucking Zio shill on the internet right here, Ben Shapiro. There isn't a war that he doesn't fucking like. If it means, I don't know, having regime change of Iran, which is the thing that he's been clamoring for like the past 20 years at this point, then, oh man, he's going to be all for it, despite the fact that literally nobody else wants that.
Yeah, President Trump, he's the best at this. When it comes to the trolling, he put out a tweet yesterday showing himself on Mount Rushmore. And I know he thinks he's trolling, but he just looks like a doofus. I mean, truly a doofus.
Ben doesn't like
again, like, it's okay for me, but not for thee type shit. Consistently with conservatives.
The Gavin Newsom tweets. Yes, Ben, it's partisan. You're only going to think it's funny if you dislike Trump, but you like Trump, so it will not be funny. It won't even approach funny to you. Now you know how we feel about the new norm. I think the most important idea I want to convey in this video is that a lot of...
Dude, but the new norm is good because of just how bad it is. Like, the new norm, like, it's so ridiculously bad that it loops back around to being good because of how fucking terrible it is. It's so funny, dude.
Commentators and politicians on the right, they are communicating in memes, they're making jokes about a lot of serious, deathly important topics that are life and death for a lot of people, but it's not life and death for them.
Nobody could benefit from a nice fast more than the SNAP recipients.
President Trump said, I love the smell of deportations in the morning. Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War. Okay, this is total trolling, obviously. He's not going to declare war on Chicago.
Yeah, nonsensical. Like, of course, Ben, that's literally exactly what he fucking did. Like, oh man, look at the president who's clearly trolling. Again, like, it's the same flood the strategy bullshit, right? Like, take as much fucking shit, throw it at the fucking wall, eventually something's gonna stick, and it's just going to distract from the actual fucking agenda. That's the whole point of it. That's why they do this consistently.
President of the United States over the weekend released a video of him pooping on the American people.
He is using satire to make a point.
So they can be jovial and act like it's not a big deal. And then when suddenly they see rhetoric that's violent on the left, or from people who are having their friends and family deported, stolen from their work, and sent to Alligator Alcatraz, you're going to have people getting serious.
Look, America is built on the idea of free speech. You have the right to protest.
But here's the thing, though, and IDubbbz is correct here, but for a lot of the conservatives, they don't want this to be serious because in reality, they do not agree with governance. They don't think that governing should exist, right? So they're never going to treat any of this seriously. For them, it's all going to be like fun and games and like ridiculous, silly little trolling in their minds, because the whole thing with the Republican Party is that they just want to destroy the federal government. That's all that it is. They just want to get rid of all the rules and the regulations and have a fucking monarchy. That's what they actually want. They want the dictatorship. They want the monarchy. You know, whatever form it takes, doesn't really matter. They just want to have ultimate power for themselves, so then they can just impose whatever fucking bullshit they want on everyone else, despite the fact that most people do not agree with most of the bullshit the Trump administration does.
But what they're doing right now is different. They are trying to incite violence. It's not funny. You don't mock a president who has already had 2 failed assassination attempts on his life. This is not a game.
Oh, no, you can't say that it's not a game now. When your fucking guy, he is the inventor of the game. So no, you can't come out here and say, guys, this is serious. The former president has earshot, guys. This is serious business, not a game. It's like, okay, well, if it's
like, this is perfect by iDubbbz, and this is also a point that I consistently talk about as well. Yes, there was 2 attempts, right? Thomas Matthew Crooks, and also another guy while he was golfing, I think. It was 2 attempts. Like, conservatives, this is exactly what you wanted. This is the whole, like, with all of the rhetoric, and I specifically talk about Charlie Kirk when I say this all the time, with all of the fucking rhetoric, with all of the positions that they espouse that are obviously going to harm people. People are going to push back against that. And obviously the Republicans are going to love this because they keep fucking pushing it over and over and over again. And it's inevitable that you keep, after pushing all this like ridiculously hyper partisan fucking bullshit, all this incredibly fucking violent rhetoric, that something's eventually going to pop and shit's going to start going down. Brian Thompson being fucking assassinated. 2 assassination attempts on fucking Donald Trump also happened. And this is exactly the world that the fucking right has always wanted, because they think of themselves as more mighty and more superior. So in that case, therefore they have to be fucking right, because for them it is all about maintenance of a fucking hierarchy consistently with these people, right? Like, that's all that there pretty much is to it. So if that means, I don't know, like a bunch of violence happening to the other side, they don't give a shit about any of that. They're perfectly okay with a bunch of violence happening to the other side, because it's their side that's dying and ours is fucking thriving. That means we're stronger. That means we're better. That's all that it fundamentally is with these people. And they have been constantly pushing more and more rhetoric and beliefs into the broader sort of general mainstream that have been raising the temperature and the volume of incidents that have been happening more and more and more. And I mean, we've looked at the statistics for this consistently. Who are the people who are more likely to do violent fucking attacks on other people? It's going to be the right. School shootings, it's mostly right-wingers that are responsible for that. Random shootings as well that also happen, right-wingers are the ones who are more likely to do that shit, because they believe in an inherently fucking violent ideology. And there has been such a kettle reaching the point of boiling over and exploding that, and you know, with how the amount that these people have been primed into believing that they're always after you, they're going to make your family and your life worse, they're going to kill you, they're going to cause you to suffer. Of course, these people are all going to be primed to violence and more likely to lash out fucking violently against those that they perceive to be their enemies. But every time like something like that happens, they always retreat back like, oh, we're sorry, this totally wasn't us. We had no responsibility for any of this. It's the peak of cowardice. It's weakness. It's like, dude, you people have made it such that the culmination of all of this fucking rhetoric, all the violence that you guys ultimately want and have been consistently pushing, is eventually going to boil over into actual fucking violence happening. And this is a consistent thing with the fucking right wing. They do this all the time. It's fucking nonsensical, but they can't accept responsibility for any of this because they know in their back of the minds that they're the ones responsible for this.
It's not a game. You better talk to your guy. You better have a conversation with your guy, because he definitely thinks it's a game.
We're going to teach them how to run away from an alligator, okay? If they escape prison. How to run away. Don't run in a straight line. Run like this.
Now, this brings me to the alleged shooter of Charlie Kirk. There were a lot of mainstream media people and politicians who were like bewildered of the profile of this guy. Like, what the hell? He's white? He comes from Utah? He's in a loving family?
He comes from a normal household, raised Mormon, parents are Republican. His father's in construction, and they live in a 6-bedroom home in Utah.
Yeah, we've talked about this consistently. Again, just random fucking dude who, like, more than likely was a fucking centrist, apolitical sort of gamer bro, would hardly talk about politics, and went to community college for an apprenticeship for about a term, dropped out, allegedly started living with a trans roommate, alleged trans roommate as well. there's not been any confirmation for that as well. As far as I know, Happy Goat, no. Tyler Robinson has said basically nothing. It has been non-cooperative with the police as well. And possibly just all of a sudden, because of all of the fucking violent rhetoric that's been going around consistently because of Charlie Kirk, and we all know that Charlie Kirk has been pushing out ridiculous, extreme fucking rhetoric that is also inherently violent with all of his like stupid anti-DEI, like anti-woke fucking takes, and also shit as ridiculous as if you have a 9-year-old who gets pregnant because of, you know, incest or rape, they have to carry that fucking baby to term. I wonder why a lot of people were actually pretty fucking happy about the fact that he died. And I'm not going to like shed a bunch of tears and just, I don't know, bitch and moan and complain about those people who are celebrating the fact that his dumbass got fucking killed. His rhetoric and the things that he was pushing for, unironically, led to people being fucking harmed. Jason Society used to live in fucking Arizona, and he talks about, of course, shout out to Jason Society, would talk about how Charlie Kirk pushed a bunch of people, people into positions on the school boards and made education worse in Arizona as a result. It became so bad that he eventually moved out of the fucking state. I think he lives in Nevada now. So, like, duh, of course this was something that was inevitably gonna fucking happen. Like, because some people will get to, like, a boiling point. We don't know what exactly prompted Tyler Robinson to get that to boiling point, to want to drive out to Charlie Kirk when he was doing his, like, stupid speaking tour, like, dishonestly debating a bunch of people. Because, again, Charlie Kirk's not actually a good debater. He will very often debate unprepared college students and will very often cut clips and try to make himself look better against a lot of media untrained sort of people. And he himself is more media trained. Because again, are you expecting a bunch of university students to be able to make all the proper rhetorical tactics and tricks and arguments against someone who's been media trained for this position for the past decade at this point? Probably not. And he's just doing that to, well, garner a bunch of attention and grift, and because he doesn't actually really give much of a fuck about this. For him, it's about accruing more social capital and, of course, capital itself for himself, right? And then eventually someone is going to get to the boiling point where they're just going to do something like this and fucking assassinate him. I mean, the same shit fucking happened with Trump. And it's because of a lot of the rhetoric and policies and positions that these people have been consistently fucking pushing for the latter part of a fucking decade at this point. Well, honestly, longer than a fucking decade at this point. It's like, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen eventually. Like, it doesn't matter, like, the politics. Like, someone's just going to... Because, again, if you actually dig into what the average American believes, it's nonsensical, and there's no, like, actual basis in reality for this. They just say a bunch of random stuff and believe in a bunch of random stuff because they're not as politically educated as most of the punditry class that exists within America. Or as, say, myself, who has been looking into this stuff for the latter part of about 5 years now. And even I'm not, like, perfectly astute into all of this. I like to think that I'm pretty astute into all of this, but I'm not. I'm not going to pretend that I am, right? I think I'm good, but I don't think I'm that good, right? So you're expecting the average American who barely has any money to their names sees that the economy is getting worse and worse and worse and listens to a bunch of like charlatans and freaks distract from the fact that it's very clearly and obvious that it is the billionaires and the corporations that are making everything worse, and would rather have them be distracted and focusing on like bullshit that doesn't fucking matter, and just sort of push out a bunch of like violent policies and rhetoric for stuff that should be done to those fucking populations, minority populations, in subtle and not so subtle ways. Like, of course, something's eventually going to boil over and someone is just going to do a fucking hit as a result. Like, that's just inevitable of all the fucking violent rhetoric that the right wing has been consistently pushing for the latter part of like 4 decades at this point. Like, duh.
A family member said he wasn't political until recently when something snapped.
Oh, I get it now. He was indoctrinated by woke and furry. Furry woke trans. Makes sense.
Etched apparently on the bullets were all gamer and or trans-oriented slogans. Notice his bulge, OWO, for example.
We know he wrote slogans that come from the trans community. He wrote about the bulge.
There's something called Furry Shades of Gay. You know that Discord app that they were chatting on, all those messages we found later? Is it a component of this? And what is it, by the way, Furry Shades of Gay?
The fact that the...
by the way, they also... Congress decided to subpoena and talk with I think it was the CEOs of Discord and Twitch and a couple of other, I think it was also Reddit as well, and not about the actual purveyors of fucking violent rhetoric and extremism, that being, of course, Meta, Twitter, and fucking Google, or like the CEO of fucking YouTube. Do you know how many fucking far-right dipshits post on those fucking platforms? Obviously, we know about Twitter. Ever since Elon took it over, it became a far-right infested shithole. And is Congress gonna fucking talk with those guys? No, that's one of Trump's guys, so fuck it. But the CEO of like Discord and Reddit and fucking Twitch, nah, like those guys don't like Trump, so therefore they're the ones that are harboring dens of like violent rhetoric and extremism. Yeah, sure, dude. Yeah, totally. It's nonsensical, dude.
Media and politicians are bewildered at the profile of Tyler Robinson. Just goes to show how out of touch everyone is. There are creatures like
this dude, like he has 1,500 hours in Viscera cleanup detail and 100 hours in fucking Power Wash Simulator. This dude was a fucking nihilist. Like I said before, he dropped out of fucking college, right? Probably seeing the writing on the wall in terms of the sort of economy, right? Seeing how bad it is, and probably thought to himself, fuck it, I'm just gonna go out in a blaze of glory. Who gives a fuck about any of this bullshit? I'm just gonna do a random fucking hit on someone. And it's a culmination of fucking nihilism, of like nihilist extremist fucking terrorists. And that's what I actually think Tyler Robinson sort of prescribed to, not fucking left-leaning ideology. There's no basis in reality for this. It's all fucking nihilism with these people, fundamentally speaking, because they see the stuff that I mentioned earlier, the current material conditions on the ground, and a lot of young people feel like that they have no future for themselves, that they can't participate within fucking society. Tons of young people fucking feel like that. I was literally also talking with someone recently who was also expressing a lot of these incredibly nihilistic views as well. People feel like they can't participate in the society that they feel like has to that they feel like that they're owed to, right? A successful, highly powerful economy with like a good paying job after doing 4 years of university. Nobody fucking thinks that's the case anymore, and as a result they go down particularly dangerous rabbit holes and do fucking random assassination hits like Tyler Robinson did. It is just pure fucking nihilism.
Like this all over the internet. They're apathetic. They don't give a fuck. They are watching the same level of apathy being displayed from our politicians. The president of the United States is deporting people and then making memes about it. Like, are we really shocked that this guy would write ooh, notice his bulge on a bullet? This is very much par for the course. I'm surprised we didn't see something crazier. Just so no one is reading between the lines, my opinion on the matter is that political violence happens. Is that an endorsement? It is not. ICE kidnapping and assaulting people, going into people's place of work, holding SNAP benefits over people, and also blowing up boats. This is all political violence. It's very political, and it's very violent. But where's it coming from?
Again, like I said before, these, like, the right wing is going to talk about, like, how that's not violence. It's just nonsensical, because they can't own any of their positions, because in the back of their minds, they know what they're doing is violent. And I don't know, like, I forgot to, like, stipulate my fucking position on Charlie Kirk. Obviously, it was bad what happened to Charlie Kirk. Him getting assassinated is obviously really bad, but like I said before, considering the rather nihilistic, apathetic environment that we find ourselves under, it's obvious that something like that was inevitably going to happen. And it's exactly what the fucking conservatives have always been building towards and have wanted this whole entire time. Because you can't just concentrate more and more and more and more wealth and fucking power under the hands of fewer and fewer and fewer people without a bunch of people eventually just being like, you know what, fuck all this bullshit. Like, fuck this, I don't want to participate, and we're just going to cause a bunch of people to suffer. That's really about it.
It's coming from the top, and they're saying, yep, this is where political violence is A-okay. But if there's any violence going upstairs, anyone along that ladder to the top, if there's any political violence in that regard, oh, that's bad. Where's your humanity?
He stood in front of cameras and microphone and said,
It's all about maintenance of hierarchy with these people.
"We want the ICE agents to know you're not the only one with guns. You are threatening the lives of civil servants. You are embracing a culture of death."
Meanwhile, everyone experiencing political violence on a systemic level, no. This is operating as it should. All right, everyone, that is going to do it.
Yep, like I said before, like, it is all about the maintenance of fucking hierarchy and control. Fundamentally with these people. They don't give a fuck about any of this shit. If people can fucking suffer... Fake news! Yeah, fake news. If people can fucking suffer, so long as more and more wealth and power is being fucking concentrated in the hands of fewer and fewer people, therefore, the right is going to be perfectly happy with that, because they're somewhere up higher on the hierarchy, and they don't want to be on the lower rungs of that fucking hierarchy. And if the lower rungs of that hierarchy starts to resist and point out that fucking problems, oh boy, that's a fucking big issue for them, because, again... that fundamental hierarchy must always be maintained. Right? That's all that is with these people. They don't actually give a fuck about any of this trolling bullshit. Like, no one gives a shit about any of this stuff. It's completely fucking nonsensical. Like, it's stupid. They just use it as a way to hide their actual fucking political beliefs. I don't think there's really much else to say besides conservatives care about one thing and one thing only: maintaining hierarchy and control. That is it. Yes, I do see the chat, MJ. Yes, I am from Romania. I was born there. I was in the middle of doing something. So if I'm not responding to chat, it's because I'm in the middle of something. Yes, I do know Andrew Tate. Everybody know. Who does not know Andrew Tate? Yeah, we're all best friends with Andrew Tate. Kappa. He's our favorite guy. Such a good guy. He's a British American citizen, I believe. British American citizen. And he went to Romania just so he could, well, more easily abuse people. That's the point. Anywho. And do his, like, stupid pimping shit. That's why he moved to Romania, because of the more lackadaisical laws there. That's it. Alright, we're gonna raid out, though. Well, we mentioned Jason Society. Why don't we raid out to Jason Society? That's true, he doesn't deserve any fucking respect. Well, because he's just a criminal who's running away from his crimes. That's all that it is. He's a criminal who's running away for his crimes and keeps doing crimes everywhere, but now he moved back to America so he could do more crimes. That's it. Anyway, we're raiding out. Transfer out with Daho Rayba if you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho Rayba. That's how we show appreciation. Those who are into Case Gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.